This big water mine of yours. What, I look dehydrated to you, baby? That's how you feel? That's how you feel about me. That's cool. Lead giving head counts. Let's see. Curly, share screen done. I'm sending you the link now. Give me a second. Let me see how I do this. Boom. Let's copy link. Invite participants. Invite, copy, invite link. Get that out of there. Boom. Go over the year. Bam. Pop. Boom. All right, we Gucci. What's going on, y'all? Just sat down to eat. Well, not yet. I'm about to feed the dog. Y'all helping me with my pronunciation too, because I'm from Baltimore. I say Doug. Doug food. Huh? Did you take it off the heat? All right. Let me let Uncle hear how everybody doing tonight. This is a Friday night special. Thanks, babe. This is a Friday night special. And we're gonna call this Friday Night Battles with PK with the pseudo killers. You're hold on. All right, here go up. We just gonna
Anything?
anything.
Oh wow.
But see this, Uncle do this, right? This guy can argue about anything. He can argue about anything. So
Do you have
whoa. We live, huh? What you say, baby?
All right. All right.
There's some open in the cabinet.
What's good?
Ain't nothing.
What's good?
We ain't been live in a minute. You feel me?
Yeah, we let the parade go by for a minute. Watch the whole parade go by. Laugh. Yeah. A whole lot of pseudoisms running around the community. Now we got people trying to use the word science and natural and messing it up as usual. Here you go, Nick.
Yeah, tell us about that show you was on last night that you was talking about.
Oh, yeah, you talking about Q? Yeah, I might stop back over there. Yeah, Q and them pseudo. They be pseudo as hell. What's that for? No, they're not. No, put them up. They're excellent. Yeah, they a little pseudo over there. They was really think they was doing it. Yeah, you know, Q. But it's all right. We ain't got too many atheists around, so, you know, but yeah, but that conversation about the vaccine, that was a pseudo-ass conversation, though.
Oh, y'all was talking about the vaccine?
Yeah, because they was talking about, like, RBG, no, what is it, RBG, what is it, yo? Not RBG, Pan-Africanness and all that, right?
Oh, they on that Marcus Garvey shit.
Yeah. Yeah, but they wasn't that. They was just saying, just trying to build community. And my point was, how can you build a community if they stay sick? And I think everybody always misrepresent what building a community means. It always, and you can never have a community if everybody's sick. It's not happening.
That's fact.
Like you, yeah, you can. You gotta be happy.
The health should be essential to building a community.
Yeah, it's essential. Yeah, and claim you care about community, then that means you're putting the community before your own self. Meaning, like the dynamic of the community is essential and important. So the thing, so you don't just jump out the window when you're caring about community and off the rip delegate vaccines to if you care about the community, you're going to take a real look at the situation. If you care about the community, like that's not complicated. Like if I'm saying I care about my family, right?
Right.
Automatically, or if I care about my son's education, right? I'm not going to discount school because it might be a Muslim Christian school or any school. I'm gonna check it out and see if in fact bad school. You know what I mean? Like that's a point that need to be made. You know what I mean?
Quality education. Cut out,
Damn, I can't even think of it across from the street before Cold Spring, yo. 2 streets before Cold Spring.
What, Ricestown?
Nah, man, no. It runs into you got McDonald's and you walking up towards my way, yo, from McDonald's. You walking, you going towards Falstaff, but you at Cold Spring and you point towards Falstaff. I know, yo. I'm saying in that direction, nigga. It's nowhere near there. I know, bro.
You just said
Let me say this.
on Cold Spring.
And you're facing towards Falstaff. That's all the way up. 10 miles, 5 miles away, nigga. That's what I'm saying. You get my point? Let me say you're walking towards Belvedere. How about that? If you're on Cold Spring, you walk towards Belvedere.
On Park Heights.
Right, on Park Heights, or Rice Town Road. The second street is the street my grandmother lived on. I can't even think of the fucking name. That's stupid.
All right, hold on. I got you. Cold Spring.
Cold Spring.
Hold on. Cold Spring, Wally.
Gotta be all right. No, be on Rice Town Road.
Cold Spring, St. Ambrose, Wally.
Yeah.
Cold Spring, Wally, Sumter.
Nah, you gotta be on Rice Town Road.
All right, on Ricestown Road, if I'm on Cold Spring, Ricestown Road, it would be Ridgewood.
And the next to my grandmother's street, yo.
It would be Ridgewood, St. Ambrose.
Nah, she ain't live on St. Although she ain't live on St.
No, my bad. It would be Ridgewood, Royce.
Royce.
Yeah,
is that it? Yep, Royce Avenue, yep.
Yeah, Royce. St. Ambrose, Ridgewood, Cold Spring, Ridgewood, Royce.
Yeah, Royce
St.
Avenue.
Ambrose, Waldorf, Virginia, Woodland, Lucille, Villa.
I hate your memory.
I grew up on Lucille. So I used to live on Lucille. 3606 Lucille Avenue. I went and seen my house a couple months ago. The shit was crazy. Remember I took a picture of it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That shit was wild. I'm like, damn, yo. They chop half the house. They shit from, they take the fuck. Walked around the back, you know what I'm saying? Brought back some old memories, man. Went over to Lucille Park, like, damn, this is where I grew up at. You know what I'm saying? And so the point I'm making is that any community, right, if you care about it, then it's got to be off your health. So you're not, so if the Catholic school is a good school and give your kid the best advantage, get educated, then you send them to the Catholic school. You don't worry about the religious part. It ain't gonna hurt your kid to learn about the damn Bible. That ain't gonna kill them. It's the not understanding this shit that's gonna get them in trouble.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So people missing. Man, you had a conversation about the schools our kids go to. I mean, motherfuckers are trying to attack you with that type of shit. They're just stupid. They just idiots. You know what I'm saying?
That's like saying you wouldn't send your child to Notre Dame.
Right. Why wouldn't you? Right.
Yeah. Or if you lived in the Middle East, if your child had a chance to go to Al Azhar University in Cairo, you saying you wouldn't send your child there because it was founded by Muslims.
Yeah, that's
like
crazy.
You done lost your goddamn mind.
Yeah, that shows you don't really care about the community. You get it? And so if you're in the middle of a pandemic and all you giving them is vitamins, right? Which is unregulated type of shit, and you denying clear medical science that's been in effect, you know what I'm saying? The vaccine science all the way back to the what? 1775, where you get the first vaccine. You know what I'm saying? Edward Jenner, right? And that shit been like, come on, yo. And you denying that off some shit that the vaccines replaced. So anyway, I'm on the show rocking with Q, and the dude hit me with the Nation of Islam dude, right? He hit me with, without even knowing it, the CDC, exercise, balanced diet, take your vitamins, wear a mask, right? That's the CDC. I say, nigga, thanks a lot. That's the CDC recommendation, though. Y'all ain't said nothing slick to a can of oil, right? Do all that in accordance with the vaccine. No, I have yet to read anywhere where they say, yo, continue to eat terrible, don't get no sleep, stay stressed out, the hell with the vitamins and take a vaccine. I ain't never heard that. So they think they coming with groundbreaking shit when they talking about eat a healthy, balanced diet.
Right. Your grandmother told you that.
Your grandmother told you that. Y'all ain't said nothing slick. It's the overemphasizing of the word natural, right? And the not understanding the word science that gets us in fucking trouble in these pseudo communities. You know what I'm saying? That shit gets us in trouble. So, you know what I mean? Like I appreciate being invited on the show though. And I told him we was going I took some snapshots of some of the sources they were using, and I promised I was going
to recap. Right.
I was going to recap, yeah. And recap that, yeah. And they had a couple dudes on there that was clearly just wrong. Didn't know what they were talking about on some shit. Cool dudes, and the sister was just reckless, completely reckless with the information. And I'm thinking they're the intelligent ones. Like their conversation wasn't super dumb. That's why science, we know that science is clearly counterintuitive. Because you can be intelligent as you want to be and fuck it up.
And fuck science up, yeah.
Yeah, and fuck it up. Yeah, that's the point. Like, come on, man. Like standing right here on planet Earth, yo, you would not think that the Earth actually goes around the sun. That's the funny part. You would really standing here on Earth, yo, it appears that the sun is traveling around the Earth. Am I not right or wrong, Jeff?
Yep. All ancient people thought that.
Right. Like, damn. Yeah, but you say that, people think you tripping. I ain't tripping. I'm trying to tell you right now that if a motherfucker never told y'all that the Earth travels around the sun, your first statement would be, yo, growing up, you be like, Daddy, it's the sun is going around the Earth because it rises and it falls. You would think that. And that ain't true. Sun don't rise nowhere. Sun is not rising.
Yeah.
You eating, I'm picking up my daggone food, boy. Fine. Well, we do got a good conversation now for y'all, though.
Yeah, that's a fact. My girl wanted some crab claw legs or whatever the hell you call it.
Who?
Snow crab legs. You know, we in Baltimore, so that's a mandatory here. All right, let's see who in here. All right, hold on. Let me speak to everybody. Let's see who up in this piece. Flavor, the plug, what's going on? Jeremy, peace. The sound is good. Okay, I'm on my iPad. So the iPad sound always good. The crack in your hand is this lady over here smashing these crab legs. Stoopies, what's up? Omar Reed, back. Mongo was Dale, Mika 1. Anusha is in the building. Yes, I know it's about time, Anusha. Thunder, what it do, Thunder? We're gonna send out that link for you in a minute, Thunder, after me and Unc get finished going through this little 20-minute thing. He said he picking up his food right now. Who else we got in here? Keenan. What's up? 504 top level. What it do? Miss Monica Lamb. What's popping? Getting everybody together with their finances. Who else we got in here? What else we got in here? Marlon, Late Show, Tank Duck and Tank Fight next month. So we'll see. You fight on your birthday? No, you don't. Is it 31st? The 30th. Your birthday the 31st.
No, 20, the 28th or something like that. It's like 28th, 29th. It's that Saturday.
Okay. You want to go up there?
It's sold out. I think they won't even. The fight is.
You think the fight sold out already?
Yeah.
I don't know. We might get some.
Let's see. From what I'm hearing, that shit sold the fuck out. Like within seconds, that shit was like gone. I was getting my nails done when they came out.
I'm back. Who that talking, Chef? Who that talking?
Oh, my bad, my girl.
That's the warrior. That's the little warrior right there. So Shorty, that said, what's up? Definitely, that's the warrior. All jokes aside. What's up, Shorty? I appreciate your support, yo. You keep that Chef Parental nigga straight, though. I already know. You know, I know. Boy, yes, sir. He be tough over here with us, yo. He know. He know. All right, so yeah, let's get back into the. All right, so I think we was having a discussion about the Black community and the African, like the African-centered community, and so and the issues, the real issues, okay, like for instance, like just wanting to overemphasize, like the African did this and the African did that. And in the process of us overcoming dehumanized African. So we was having that conversation. Am I right, Sean?
You just had me.
Yeah. And it's a good conversation. So and when people are actually trying to big up African people and what they did, right? They, in the process of them misrepresenting the African, which is the Homo sapiens sapien, right? They dehumanize. They make them non-human. So if you're saying that the Africans' religion didn't have faith or didn't have belief, right? Or didn't have mythology, or you know what I'm saying, and had none of those things, right? Their religion was straight scientific, then you didn't fuck that up. Because now there's a process, there's a development of the frontal lobe, there's superstition. These things are all part of the evolutionary process. And if you skip those steps, you're not going to be human. That we Homo symbolicus. You know what I'm saying? Like humans are fucking symbolic. Even in our, I will say, even our feeble attempt to be atheists, we still have beliefs. Might not be a God, but you had some damn superstition. Like you walk down the street, man, don't split that pole. Right? Oh, don't put that broom. Don't let that broom. You know what I mean? We did we do that, right? And we don't believe in no gods. So I'm saying the symbolic part is essential in survivability of Homo sapiens sapien. It was their first weapon of choice. You know what I'm saying? It was being symbolic allowed you to see the world, right? And make some shit up till it didn't work, and then you would have to move forward till you figured out some shit that did work. But it all started with being symbolic, right? It all started with the looking and start to investigate. Okay, well, I'm thinking that symbolically speak, okay, God is the sun. I'm gonna make that's important. Let's figure out what the role of this hot thing is. Whenever it rises up and get hotter, man, what is that? know what I'm saying? Okay, we don't understand it, but it's more powerful than us. That's a God. That's a deity. What is this? We drink. When we drink it, we live longer. Oh, water, we're going to drink. Like, you figure it out, and then you put different things on it because you don't understand it. You start to understand it. You know what allergies, you die. You know you need to be around it. You figure it out over time. You know, these things are passed on through the archaic ancestry. So if you remove all that and take the stance that, oh, the African didn't have religion, well, shit, that's a human thing to have fucking religion. That's the first thing that's the thing you start to develop. You develop religions to tie the group together. You know what I'm saying? You develop that, right? Your symbolic thought. That's the first thing you do. But like you're afraid force.
Yeah, religion is already a preloaded software on our system.
Yeah, your brain.
Yeah, it's already preloaded. To believe is already preloaded into our system. It's like when you buy a computer. Yeah, I mean, it's already preloaded with basic functions on it.
Yeah, so those
the basic is a part of our basic operating system.
Yeah, because those that had those genes, right? Those genes that cause you to believe, or those genes that lead itself more to belief. You know, they lasted longer than those that didn't, because it made you look at every damn thing. Meaning you sometimes we don't realize where we at right now. And when we looking back to the past, we place what we know now on what they know. You didn't know the fucking, what kind of insect that was, or what kind of poisons that might have had. You had to learn that shit over time, yo. So basically, we was at the mercy of everything around us. I think that's the point. I'm
your
saying
ass was on the line.
Yeah, right. You ain't had your weapons wasn't built yet. You ain't had that yet. You see, most people think we jumped out the womb fully clothed, fully weaponed with a full understanding of the shit around. That ain't how that was. Right? It's a slow process.
That's what the Bible told them, though.
Yeah. So we actually, right. So that point is we without even knowing it, as we beat up the Bible, as the conscious community, all that beat up the Bible, you know what I'm saying? You ain't got past the Bible yet into your thinking, right? You deny evolution, they do all that. So the point is, these things we're talking about is the natural progression of Homo sapiens sapiens, to be very symbolic. It has its advantages. Religion has its advantages. You know what I'm saying? And to think that symbolic thinking on that doesn't, then you just would be wrong. Now, the new thing on the block is to, fight around that process and not believe. That's the later on process. That first world that we was exposed to, the scientific niggas wouldn't have made it. They'd have got fucked over. You know what I'm saying? They'd have got ate up, stung by some wild ass, wouldn't have known it. We were like, oh man, asking the question. You ain't even had time to ask those damn questions. Nigga, run in the trees, nigga, and stay there until nightfall and hurry up and get some food and run back up in that motherfucker. You're not ready. You don't have that yet. You're not there. You don't have that package yet. You know what I'm saying? Then as the forest started to disappear and the savannas started to come up, now you got so Artie, right? Artie, you got Australopithecus and Artie. They walking. So Homo sapiens sapiens and archaic humans did not come from knuckle walking apes, right? That's a myth, right? Our family line is in that line that always walked upright. Artie always walked up. Yeah, always walked upright. But he was walking upright in the trees.
It's called bipedal.
Yeah, it's called habitual bipedalism. Mm-hmm. You feel me? So but Artie, ARDI, his feet was actually fit to where it could grasp on to branches. It can still do that, but it can also walk upright. All right. So that mechanism right there, as the forest started to dissipate, climate change, right, and the forest started to dissipate, where now more savannas are starting to appear. Now we're in savannas. Now we need to be able to run, right? So now we can walk. Now we running now. We not climbing as So, you know, if you don't use it, you lose it. And over time, right, we became more fit for the savannas, right? And those already obviously couldn't maintain that. They needed more trees and they went extinct. That line, genes didn't get passed on more often. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, the story is a trip, but I'm saying, but that mind, the first symbolic thought, what would they, now I ain't gonna say the first, you know, pinnacle point, 190,000, 160,000 is where they start to recognize symbolic thought.
Or where we first started to, where the earliest point where we was able to observe it.
Right. Yeah, they found so far, right. So prior to that, they thought it was in Europe. Yeah, they were saying Europe. You know, these features that make you human, they thought it started in Europe. They was thinking that, but nah, then they found a pinnacle point. That's why I always talk about pinnacle point, right? Where you start to find paint workshops of paint, where they're painting and they're using tools. They open them up oysters. If anybody from Baltimore, Maryland, nigga know how hard it is to open up a motherfucking oyster. If you don't know what you're doing, you're gonna starve. So they developed those tools, right? And that's symbolic thinking, and they develop paints and stuff like that. So that's where so far as of 2022, right? This is one of the oldest spots. It's not to say we're not gonna find more, right? But symbolic thought is definitely a feature of Homo sapiens sapiens. The breaking down shit, scientifically testing all that shit, that's later on. You ain't got time to test that, nigga. Look, this is what it is. You know what I'm saying? That grass just moved. Everybody run. The scientific nigga got 8. You know what I'm saying? The super curious nigga.
The curious, inquisitive ass nigga.
Yeah, he done. Yeah, they got 8 up on a regular basis, so they ain't get a chance. They genes wasn't passed on as often as it's symbolic, niggas was. But the dudes that ran every time the bushes jumped, every time the wind blew the leaves, they broke out of there. The super scary niggas, all that they did. The super warrior niggas ain't even make it, yo, because sometimes you just be too tough, right? That's how we know Charles Darwin. He wasn't even talking about the fittest. The fitness he was talking about was in the genes, right? Because you can be too warlike and always fighting and always getting injured and always dying. You know, back then, a broken leg, your ass was grass. That's it. Yeah. You're done. Yeah, you're done. It's infected. Infection ruled today. Right? The viruses rule today. Yeah, infection, viruses. That's why we know when people start talking about that natural shit, you're not gonna defeat infection, and you're not gonna defeat none of that shit till you learn about nature. You're just not gonna do that. Like that, broken leg, you're dead. Right? Bone come through your finger, you're dead. If you get infected, you're dead. Fever, right? Destroyed humanity. It's the fever. Crazy. So, yeah, the scientific niggas didn't make it. Then over time, as we start to secure, right, more resources, clans start to come together. The tools are made. Now you can buy yourself a little more time. As you learn more in nature, you know, every time you learn something in nature, another question arises, right? And it's a slow process now. You know what I'm saying? Now you develop spears. Now you think, oh, no. Now you taking certain herbal things and you using it. You can ask more questions now. You know what I'm saying? You eat the cooked meat, the brain expands now. Now you Homo sapiens sapien. Or what the word mean? Knowledgeable man, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now you can start, now you can get a little slick. You can't be super slick, but you can be a little slick. You can get a little slick, but you can't go all in yet.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't sitting around building no lab, nigga. Right? Because now you gotta secure resources, right? To secure some resources. Okay, we taking these grains. Now the population get a little more bigger, now we can get a little more tougher. Now we got that spear. Now we can chase the animals around now. Because before you wasn't at the top of the food chain. Once you start getting those stones and them slingshots and them damn spears, once you get that damn spear, yeah, Homo sapiens sapiens conquered planet Earth with the spear. Yeah, you know, people don't realize how large Africa is, though. So most people, well, you wasn't leaving Africa. You couldn't even get. How'd you get out of here? Do you make the left at the berry bush, the right? And people niggas just walk out so long, bro. They know. People actually think that we had a global GPS system back then, yo. That's the funniest shit ever, yo. People actually think they knew they was going to North America, yo. You just, based off of the weather, right? The greenery is changing. The herbivores follow the plants. When the plants run out, right, the herbivores are following that. The ones that eat the herbs, and then the carnivores eat the herbivores. You know what I'm saying? And then the omnivores. So humans are omnivores. The carnivores eat the herbivores, and the omnivores eat the carnivores and the herbivores. Humans are omnivores. We got the same diet as the roaches. You say it like that and they get mad at you.
Yeah, we eat
I hate
everything.
them serial killers. You eat everything, right?
Yeah, we consume everything.
Yeah, you up there eating a motherfucking crab, ain't you? And the crab eat every motherfucking thing. So everything that crab ate, you about to eat. Let me stop that. Yeah, so I think the point is made here, right? And we said all that to say, and I know I said all that to say, that don't dehumanize the African. Don't do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? They wasn't floating. You know what I'm saying? They went through the human experience. And then going through the human experience, they developed ideas that are staple in cultures. You take all that away, right? It's just human to have religion, right? Okay, and it's human to have science now. But they didn't start out that way. You didn't start out scientific, bro. You didn't start out knowing how to destroy the whole fucking world with one bomb. That's not happening, yo. Right? It's not. So more questions were asked, more things were figured out, and here we did today. It's all essential. Yeah. But that's my point, though, yo. People, when they say that the African didn't do this, didn't do that, then goddamn, I can guarantee we did it first. I can give you that. I can tell you that. I can hit y'all with that.
But we were saying, how how counterintuitive science is, right, to our reasoning process, right? By them saying that Africans are not atheists, right? And that no Africans systems was able to develop atheism, then it's like basically saying that Africans, are incapable of understanding, of the African mind is incapable of being scientific. And that's a problem. You feel me? Because we're arguing against, for the last 100 and something years, we've been arguing against the notion of Africans' inferiority. Mm-hmm. Right? So, which one is it? You know what I mean? If you saying that Africans can't conceive of a world without a God in it, like these are things that these people been saying. You know what I mean? That is basically antithetical to the African mind. You know what I mean? Atheism, right? We had the whole atheist debate with Assad and them, and they were saying that we out of our minds and that ain't even African to be, you know what I mean? That anything dealing with atheism, it comes out of Europe or the European mind, the African don't even think that way, his brain don't work that, all this nutty mess. You feel me? Like the African can't sit there and not believe in the supernatural. Every human being has the ability to not believe in the supernatural. Yeah, every human being been doubted something that they can't see before. You feel me? So at that point now, you can, when I was at my most religious point in my life, I still doubt it sometimes. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I still questioned it when I was at my most religious. You dig what I'm saying? So when religious people act like they don't have no doubt, right? And that they're so sure in their belief, they lying. They're lying. You feel me?
Oh,
but
man.
in religion, it's a badge of honor to be the to act like you're the person who never doubt. It's like Job, right? It's a virtue to never doubt God, right? To never question him, right? In religion, they say that those things are virtuous, right? But it's damn near impossible to be that way. It is damn near impossible. Not even, you think about the most religious person in our families, and most of the time it's our grandmothers, right? Most of us get our religious fervor from our they the ones that we emulate, right? Religiously, like however they was religiously, more than likely that's how the family go, right? The grandmother, the matriarch in the Black community is usually the spiritual head, you know what I mean, of the family. You know what I mean? She pray for everybody. She go to church. She pray for y'all. She always making y'all go to church. You know what I mean? That's what I've seen. You dig what I'm saying? And if you haven't experienced it personally, you know families that's like that in the African American community. So, you know what I mean? But yeah, we take our lead from most of the time from the matriarchs in our family, so they be the most religious ones amongst us, right? But it's nowhere in the world. You got to realize that your grandmother or that matriarch in your family is human also. So you best believe she didn't doubt it before. You know what I mean? It's just natural. But we're acting like that groups of Africans couldn't have done that, right? If we do it, what makes us think that other people before us didn't do it? Like, what do we think, we special or something? You know what I mean? So, what's the saying? All Homo sapiens have the same capacity, right?
Yeah, they all, they got the same capacity, all of them.
That's the same capacity. You know what I mean? You tell a nigga, yo, our God is actually behind that tree. You think everybody in that tribe is gonna believe that? You one of them niggas, no, ain't no God behind that tree. I don't believe that. You feel me?
It just went against the social norms, and you was outcast if you did it.
Exactly. The same way the same way you probably was atheist or had atheist beliefs longer than you were, because you didn't proclaim it, because it's a taboo in our community.
It's a taboo.
Think about it. My family Muslim. It took me a long time to tell them that I don't believe that shit no more. I would go through all of the rigmarole, right? But in my mind, I'm like, yo, this shit ain't true. You feel me? But I didn't want to disappoint my father and them. You feel me? I didn't want them to beat me off of because it's a bullying tactic after a while. I didn't want them to beat me off my point. You feel me? Until I felt as though that I had a grasp of what I was saying before I revealed it to them. You feel me? Because they would have been able to beat me off my point. You know what I mean? So I had to develop that shit, my skin a little bit thicker, you know what I mean? Get my argument together, you know what I mean? So I could present it to them like, yo, this is something that I actually then sat down and thought about. It's not a whim. You feel me? This is not something that I came up with this morning. My nigga, you feel me? Like me and my father would have these conversations. You know what I mean? These deep conversations for hours. I'm gonna say this about my father, and I miss him, right? And for most people, you know, if you ever had a father, you know what I mean, and you lost them, I would say me and my father had a 30-year conversation going on. And when I lost my father, I lost a conversation, a continuous conversation that I've been having with my role model, right? Since I was able to talk. Like, people don't understand how deep that is. You know what I mean? Me and my father have been having a continuous conversation, right? Ever since he started teaching me, I've been having a continuous conversation with him. And it's like certain things that I understand, right? The only person that will ever understand what I'm saying is that man. You feel me? I can't even explain that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get your point.
Yeah, so, and you got sons, right? So you the way you've been teaching them and molding them, right? You remember all of their questions. You know how them little niggas think. You feel me? Because you taught them how to think, right? So it's gonna come a point in time where they're gonna start checking your information, right? And you're gonna have to, after a while, you're gonna have to respect it because you know you taught them niggas how to think and they the evolution of you. You feel me? You are hoping for that day to come. You feel me? For them to be able to outshine you in certain subjects, right? For them to be able to move past you. And I will honestly say, my father, I think he's seen that in me, right? And he was able, like my uncles and them didn't get it, but my father wouldn't argue with me after a while, right? But my uncles and them would, right? But my father, like, he knew he on to something. You feel me?
Yeah, he was like a nigga on to something and he got me.
Yeah,
and
like
he's proud of you because you did what
exactly. Because he wasn't able to go to that stage.
He wasn't able to go to that stage, that level, but he know that that's the level. That's the
level. Because he was there. When he broke away from his family religion, everybody looked at him like he was crazy.
Yeah.
Right? His family challenged him and he had to go through the same thing. You feel me? Like, we ain't no Muslim. Where the fuck you get that shit from? You feel me?
Oh yeah.
So when he seen me doing it, after he seen that I could articulate the shit, you know what I mean? And then, all right, that's the next level.
Yeah, that's next level.
I can't go there. You know what I mean? I'm old now. Like, you feel me? I can't, but I recognized that I was at that stage before. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? But it is no way in the world that we could that we can think that our parents or whoever was the leaders of our family religion, that they haven't doubted before. It's just natural, yo. If belief is natural, then doubt is natural too. It's the opposite. You're gonna do both.
Yeah, because you would be in a situation where the group, the group dynamic is powerful, right? And you would be in the group and they all figure out the solution that they think work. But the whole tribe, life, right, depend on it. And another thinker will say, no, that's not right. I doubt that works. Right. So they've done tests, right? Most people want to go with the flow. That's how Homo sapiens are. It must be a mechanism that keep you together. The more you got together, the safer you are. Simple as that, right? That's why even when you go out to clubs or you try to hang in groups, right? You think that shit ain't gonna stop the bullets, but it seems you feel more safe.
Facts.
Right? That's why you never go out. You know what I mean? You go with. I always know, when you go out about three good thorough niggas.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You don't go with a whole pile. You don't do, but now they travel and they be whole gangs of niggas traveling, right? You know what I'm saying? So by yourself is a different movie, right? But you just feel safer the more people around. That your odds are better, right? So if the tiger attack, and it's 30 of us, maybe one of us will get eat over 30, but if it's 2 of us, he might just get both of us. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sure our ancestors learned that early. So the dynamic of the conversation as the conversation evolves through religion is a powerful conversation. Luckily, I'm to the stage where what my mother always told me, right? Yeah, she said, yeah, I believe in God and Jesus Christ, right? But, you know what I'm saying, I'm not going to stop you from challenging that. I don't believe, no, she hit me with that. She said, I don't believe everything. She hit me with that. So that gave me, you know how you leave the crack in the door open?
Mm-hmm.
She said, I don't believe everything in the Bible. Come on now. I'm like, damn. So that's a crack for me. So I exploited that crack. You know what I'm saying? I exploited that.
Mm-hmm.
My father was just like, I don't go to church. I was like, so you believe there's a heaven, Dad? He was like, he said, I don't know. Ain't nobody ever came back and told me about it.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, it's some simple shit, right? He never went to church. He would go if it was Easter, maybe he would go with the family. We would all go, right? He would do it, but 99% of the time he won't go. If my mother just pressed him out, every blue moon he'll go. You know what I'm saying? Because he ain't no wild Jew. He wasn't no Jehovah's Witnesses type of nigga. He just ain't do none of that. Right. But he would go, you know, maybe blue, but you know, our conversations was on some, I think I showed everybody the Negro in America. That was my first book. I still got it. I found it. I still got it. It's the first book he gave me. The shit was talking about Egypt and black people in Africa. That's the first book I got at the age of 8, 7, and 8. That's the first book my dad gave me. So I was ahead of the curve. You know what I'm saying? So I had an open-minded family, although they, you know, like you said, grandmother led the religion, everybody was what they was, but I had a space that I could exploit. And I never forgot that. Okay. I was the one that brought Islam to my family. Yo, Islam, Salam Alaikum with the Muslims, because I used to be hustling on Emerson Avenue. And they got, you know, the store. I don't know if the store is still there, but they was selling the Qurans. I got the green Quran, right? They used to have the halals right there and the right next to it, all that. You know what I'm saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Emerson Avenue, Pulaski, right in that area.
Mm-hmm.
We used to sell the morphine. Yeah, we sell morphine body bag. Yep. Go up New York, buy the bundles of what? Bundles of 25. Yep. Bundles of 25. And you know what I mean? They was $10 and selling for $25. Crazy. Anyway, reminiscing too hard. The point I want to make is that's when I start learning about Islam, Nation of Islam, right? That's when I brought that back to the family. I'm say, what? Who? Who? I said, Allah. That's God's name, man. I never get to you. Like, man, get out of here with that. Remember that. Remember going through those stages, right? And when I I'll never forget it. This is why I hold Dr. Ben in high regard, right? I'll never forget it. My friend, one of my best friends, Rob Singletary, that's my man, thorough dude, all the way, right, 100%. He was letting me dry out one day, right? I went to Tennessee. He had gotten a job. He gotten out of prison, got a decent job. He was a manager of a chain restaurant, right? And when I went to Tennessee to stay with him for a while, right, he had Black Athena, right? He was like, man, these niggas be running around here talking about the book. I ain't read it yet, but that's some shit I know you'll look at. And he had a Dr. Ben lecture. And I never forget Dr. Ben made a statement. He said, yo, God, he said, I don't know about no God. He said, my mother birthed me. He said, before my mother birthed me, I don't know nothing. She clothed me and she feed me. You know what I'm saying? So if it was a God, it would have to be my mother. Dude, that statement right there stuck with me for years, straight on through being in Ethiopian, straight on all that, to I finally could understand that shit that nigga said. Today I understand it. It's a simple answer to it. The reality is that God is a all human idea. And if I gotta choose somebody to be that idea in real life, for me, it would be my mother, my father. See, that's the shit right there, Chef, that people just can't understand, bro. That took me years to come to that realization right there. So if God is an idea and a concept made by human beings, then it damn well for me need to be my mother and father because they raised me, took care of me, protected me, clothed me, fed me, and sheltered me. That's the You know what I'm saying? That's the deep part. That's the deep for me. That's when I, you know what I mean? Once I can answer that, that's when I knew why been shit, all that shit crazy. Once you answer that, yo, then you know that yo, you working towards it. And then you throw your scientific literacy in there. I know I kind of went off the beaten path a little bit.
No, I got it. And the chat get you too.
Mm-hmm. So it's just it's where we at. And so our conversations we have, Chef, you know, we have arguments, we got good conversations. And then it's funny as a motherfucker because we was talking about today. It was like, nigga, I don't ever speak against such and such and such and such niggas. You don't never speak against such and such and such. You know they be half wrong on some shit. And you don't say nothing. That's why I don't say nothing. The shit was funny. I was like, that shit was hilarious. I'm like, nigga, you got me on that shit, right? You got me. But the conversations we have, I say, yo, we need to have this conversation live. So if people running right now thinking that we saying that the Africans, when people really talk about African religion, they talk about traditional African religion. And watch this. Asar will tell you that traditional African religion is supposed to be able to be modified, right? Like it ain't supposed to be stuck in no bubble. You know what I'm saying? Like Christianity, actually, you know what I'm saying? It was like the modernization, right? What do I mean modernization? Meaning you go from the ancient Kushites, who are clearly, it's a technical term they use. I don't know. I just say, nigga, you human sacrifice niggas. That's what I call it. It's another word they use, though. What's the word, Chef? I know you know technical word for it.
For what?
For human sacrifice in the religion, where you know what I mean, when people volunteer or involuntarily, they bury your ass with the king. They call it something. Yeah, it's a word they use. They did it clear up to the third thing. Nah, that ain't the word. That ain't the technical word. Somebody in the chat, yo, some small people, what's the chat? What's the word? What's the word?
What, when somebody volunteers?
Either or.
I don't know what you...
The technical word, look up human sacrifice, yo, the Egyptian. They're going to give the technical word for it. Hold on.
It's human sacrifice.
That ain't the word. That ain't the word. Trust me. Hold on. Let me see. Egyptian. Hold on one second. Let me see. It's called, what's the technical word?
I didn't know you could get more technical than that.
Oh, man.
I thought the regular way was they killed the nigga. And when you being slick, when you being technical, you say sacrifice them. Ritual sacrifice, what?
Nah. No.
Somebody said an offering.
Nope. Y'all tripping. Nope.
Fire knowledge unveiled said it's an offering.
Retainer sacrifice.
Retainer.
That's it.
Brendan said it right before you said it.
Yeah, Brendan, don't be trying to be fast with me, Brendan. Shout out to Brendan, official pseudo killer right there, Brendan. Simple as that. Man, shout out, man. Keep working on that degree, man. I know you about dead now, bro. Finish that. Finishing with that. Yeah, retainer sacrifice. We'll say ancient Egyptian retainer sacrifices. Ancient Egyptian retainer sacrifices is a type of human sacrifice in which the pharaohs and occasionally other high court nobility would have servants killed after the pharaoh's death to continue to serve them in the afterlife. Yeah, but this is a serious Kushite demonstration, right? Like we can go, like I'm gonna tell you, they go from sacrificing animals to humans, right? And we can see it in the archaeological record, right? So this is definitely an all Kushite joint that is actually passed on, you know, to the Egyptians, and they did it clear up to the third dynasty, where clearly the Kushites kept doing it. But I say that to say that Christianity is actually what we would call a modernization of that, right? So instead of killing the humans, volunteering or not, because the Vikings did it too, not gonna just call out the Kushites, right? The Vikings did it too. A lot of cultures did. That's part of man's old time religion, right? And so the Hebrews do the same thing, but they go back to sacrificing animals. They sacrifice animals. It's still based off the blood and the covenant, the blood, right? I'm making a covenant. You know what I'm saying? And Moses does it in the book of Exodus. I forget the chapter. I think it's 24 something, right? And he actually they sacrifice a bull. All right, they fill a basin full of blood, and they sprinkle it on the people. So people be cracking jokes. Oh, the Africans sprinkle. Look at they sprinkling blood, but the Hebrews did the same thing. Okay, Christianity modernized it, a little more modernization. They stopped killing people. They say the Son of God died on the cross for humanity, right? Instead of just grabbing the person, the Mayans grabbed the person and sacrificed him for the gods. Abraham put his son on the altar, right, and was about to sacrifice his son to the God, right? This is human. This is evolution in front of your face. This is cultural evolution. This is, you know what I'm saying? This is modernization. Now the Christians, the Hebrews and the Muslims and the Christians, they did it way better. I'm gonna say that they did it way better than the ancient shit. How do you know they did it way better than ancient shit? Because Christianity spread through Egypt like wildfire. Why? Because it was cheap, right? You ain't need nobody, right? Like you know, the African, the old religion. Yo, you need a priest. He got to know how to do the sacraments, right? All that. The Hebrews, you got to do all this. But the Christianity, all you got to do is say, I believe. You don't got to spend no money. It's the poor man religion, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so at the time when Christianity is running through Egypt, you know, the ancient ways had fell. You know what I'm saying? The bureaucrats is in place, right? The rich people, you know what I'm saying? They can afford to do that. But the poor man can't afford to do all that. I just do Christianity. That's easy. It's cheap, no money, nothing. And the Garfield always said this, and I can literally go to heaven without doing all that. Right? Think about that. The Egyptians offered what? These men could go, you go to the lake of fire, right? Smash talked about it on the show. Shout out to Smash Rockwell. Subscribe to his channel. Okay? Smash Rockwell's. Talked about that the other day. Okay? We know they had a concept of the afterlife, right? We know that. That's clearly Egyptian. But it costs money to do all that, to get the book of coming forth by day and by night. That costs money to get that type of obituary. That's money, that's bread. The Christianity, though, man, look, you believe in the resurrected Christ, and you ain't gotta kill nobody. And it's in book form. So the Egyptian shit wasn't in book form. Meaning before Judaism, Christianity, Islam, that's why they called the religions of the book. Nobody had a organized lie. Remember I always say a well-organized lie? The thief of disorganized truth? It's alluding to that. They organized the lie. Remember, Egyptian history went with, and this is a mistake we all make, it went and died with each pharaoh. Each pharaoh started a new period, bro. They didn't have the bam, 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 all the way up and down. Nope. It wasn't that. But the Christians, they had a straight history, well, be made up or not, in a book, right? Once they start getting to get printing, don't throw the printing press in there, Gutenberg, right? They was able to modernize. That shit's modernization, yo. Well, now I don't gotta remember all the stories, yo. I can put it in the book, right? Oh, I can get right to it. Each priest don't got a different. I can go right there, and I can just be one person and do it instead of needing 30 people to put this together. I gotta go sit amongst you. He gotta get all the shit together. I don't know if he was drinking wine before he started telling me the story. But I can look at this, and then the early Christians didn't have written document. Remember, they didn't have that shit neither. First, but they was moving towards that, though. That's the point I'm making. And so that's why Christianity spread like wildfire. You get what I'm saying? Because it was an easy thing. Humans are basically lazy. Like, they want to get to heaven without all that extra shit. That's, I want myself.
Well, I could say and I agree with everything that you said, but there's another key element to Christianity in this land. that was able to push them forward, right? And they was able to move with modern science a little bit better than traditional religions. And that's the fact of the people that accepted those religions, right? With Christianity, Christianity benefited off of Rome, right? And the technological position that Rome was at the time of Christianity in its infancy. If it would have been at a more primitive state, who knows, right? Islam benefited off of Persia, right? Once it moved up into the Persian region, it benefited off of, that civilization. So Christianity with the Roman Empire and Islam with the Persian Empire. Those two empires benefited those religions, meaning those religions, the early priests, right? Hold on, let me get up back in. Hold on. I'll retouch on what I was saying. You hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. You said Christianity, the Roman Empire.
Yeah, Christianity benefited off of the education that that the Roman Empire, the educational level that the Roman and the scientific level that the Roman Empire was already at. Islam benefited off of the Persian Empire, right? The sophistication, the education, you know what I mean? All of the benefits that went along with the Persian Empire, the religion couldn't make those people go below the standard that they was already at, right? So the religion benefited off of that, right? It don't mean that the religion came with those things, right? So I think in that aspect, I wouldn't look down on African traditional religion, right?
Oh, yeah, of course not.
Yeah, because I understand that Christianity benefited off of the Roman Empire, right?
Yeah, of course.
And I understand that, Islam benefited off of the Persian Empire. You can't, you know what I mean? It ain't that the Christian priest, right, were any smarter than the African traditional religious priest.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right. It was the society that they lived in, right?
Yep.
It was the advancements that was already made, in the Roman Empire, right? That Christianity, was able to be help be the foundation for them. The same way with Islam, it was the Persians, right? So that I always keep that in mind, right? When we start talking, was Christianity better than African systems, or was Islam better? No, these Africans accepted those, outside religions because of the benefits that those religions was bringing, because of the empires that was pushing those religions. I mean, that's kind of,
it was more, and remember, it was more flexible to change too. You get my point? So like the Egyptians always felt like if it was old, it was better. So you can actually hear the conversation now in communities, right? Where the ways of old is better. You know what I'm saying? Like the whole conscious community want to take you back to the Stone Age because they swear that's when we was the most natural. We was at our best. The older we are, the best, right? So they got the same mentality. We are the best. Like, this is the best. This is better than that, right? When the truth is, on planet Earth, it's the things that can transform in its environment. So at that point, the African religion was kind of co-opted in with, they brought in Christianity, Islam. It fit well with them. Like, it wasn't a problem to be a traditional African and still have Christianity or practice Islam, right? It's not like niggas just, most of the people didn't give up their whole traditional thing. Like, you can see that today in Africa, right? They still hold true to their custom and their traditions. The point I was making was was it wasn't flexible enough at that point. Okay, so the point is really essential is that now is a great time for traditional African religions to take advantage of the modernization all around. This would be a great point to do that now. You know what I'm saying? Like that'd be dope. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not the thing is not over. That's not the point. The thing is not that. But they have to, your traditional religion has to fit the world you in. You can't be like the Japanese, still on the island shooting when the tourists walk by. Man, what the hell are you doing? The war been over. Yeah, it is actually. What's his name?
That's
He was actually still. He was still thinking the war was on. They found him in the islands, Pacific Islands. He's the last soldier. Was in when it was like some crazy, like 1980 something stupid. I'm probably exaggerating, but I'm trying to tell you that we sit at a booth for all those people that are traditionalists, right? And shout out to Brother Ben, man. I think he does a great job of educating on traditional religion, right? Out of everybody, I respect him the most on said subject, right? I'm saying everybody from the elders, you know what I'm saying, that was trying to bring a little traditional piece. I'm going to give it to Ben. Ben didn't just dive out and proclaim himself a priest. It took a few years. I seen it. I seen him struggle with learning the language. I seen him. Saw that with my own eyes. All right. So, when it comes to listening to somebody talk about religion, I'm tuned in to Ben. Not listening to nobody. I'm not, don't talk me to death. I don't want to hear. And we have good conversations, right? But the point I want to get back to is this is a prime time to move African religion and social systems into the space age. It's a perfect time. But you'll get people saying, what? What are you talking about the space age? What did I? No,
I don't think you can do it.
Spend something. See, I think you can.
No,
you have to be able
I
to do
think
it.
that time is past,
Nah, of course not. I think that's a good conversation debate.
Yeah, Africa had its time to get its shit together, and that probably was hundreds of years ago.
Nigga, you're stupid.
They missed that boat. You got to throw them all those fetish religions and shit. Got to go in the trash, yo. Wow. I don't think it's nothing redeemable about that shit at this point. See,
man.
Yeah. I mean,
play around.
Yeah, I don't think you can play around with that. Not where the world is at right now, yo. You know what I mean? Because I think we live in the world has become much slower, right? I mean, much more. Everybody is connected now, right? In the marketplace of ideas, a fetish religion gets shredded to pieces fast. You dig what I'm saying? Like that shit wouldn't hold. You take that shit on a campus, on a college campus, and try to, man, you know how sophisticated these Christian and Muslim apologists are nowadays, right? Yeah, I don't think no fetish religion can do it, yo. Like they missed that boat. Like Africa got to come completely off of that shit.
Like, all right, so let me tell you why I don't agree with that. Because because African traditional religion, man, it transmits ancestors. Like you can't throw that away because you need to it transmits the history of the clan and the tribe. That's always important. That's all the Bible is. The Bible is a organized Gutenberg, took advantage of Gutenberg printing press, right? To continue to transmit their ancestors. So they just gotta start putting the shit in the book. You got to book it up. Yeah, you got to come. You got to fight over this shit. Now we want this in the book. The same way they did with Christianity. They fought over how the shit was gonna be together, nigga. You fight over it. Call conferences around fucking, whatever the religion you dealing with. You call a conference in that area, and y'all niggas fight over it. And it's the strong way. When I say fight, debate, organize, figure out what needs to be thrown up, and book that shit up real good. Print it up. And there you have it. Voila. That's how you gotta do it. You just modernize the shit. I'm telling you,
it won't happen. It can't, because
you can get a piece of it. You don't gotta keep grabbing animals and tagging. You don't gotta do that.
For the same reason we having this conversation. You get a council of Africans together to try to codify their spirituality, right? Nowadays, they're going to be atheists in the room, yo. See, back then, when Christianity and Islam was trying to figure out that shit, there wasn't no atheists in the room, yo. You feel
true? No, you made that up.
What? Show me the atheist in the Bible. I'll wait.
Peace, family.
I don't know. What's going on?
I'm good. I'm saying they probably had atheists in the room back then, but today you're gonna have a scientist in the room. Today you're gonna have a scientist in the room, and he's gonna challenge imagination versus reality. So that's why we haven't seen no new religion develop in the last, how many, 2,000 years?
Oh, that's not true. It's not true. The Mormons, that's a new religion in the last 2,000 years.
Yeah, that's a spin on Christianity.
Yeah, that's an offshoot of Christianity. That's like the Nation of Islam, yo.
Yeah, that's not a new Jesus. Yeah, that's not a new Jesus, not even a Dr. York, I would consider a new religion. It's a spin on the old stuff, repackaged. Why they're not gonna see a completely new religion develop? Because we have the tool called science, which makes the whole conversation of religion obsolete. Religion could only exist in a time in a day when we didn't have the tools to distinguish imagination from reality.
That's a fact.
Today, we have that tool. Religion is thereby obsolete. It serves no purpose.
Now we rolling. Watch this. Let me show you how y'all wrong. Let's look up the word. That's what we do. We define words right here. So first of all, don't invite the fucking atheists to the conferences. That's the first thing going, nigga. Scientists and all that shit, y'all niggas, we ain't inviting y'all niggas.
But look, they always in the room nowadays. Hey,
no, they
do
won't.
you think, hold on, do you think, I just told you that I was atheist, but I was still going to the masjid. I was in the room with them motherfuckers.
Let me ask Uncle a question.
I'm there challenging, right? I'm there challenging them on shit. I'm not making it obvious that I'm an atheist, but they start getting, like, the more I would argue, the more they started to see, all right, yo ain't on board no more. You feel me? Like, so, you know what I mean? I would get bolder and bolder. You feel me?
You think you can come up with a new idea of a God for thunder and rain in 2022? How we go backwards and define a God as being the source of rain in this new religion?
Now you missing it. I ain't saying new religion. I say modernize the shit you got. But I know I said it clearly. Put it in book form. Make it palatable. Because you're going to always have the majority of people going to be religious-minded anyway. And religion ain't always based off belief, though. See, I think that's a misnomer. That's not. So let's look at the word religion. I like doing this. Hold on. Let me show it on the screen because I think this is always my favorite go-to. Right? So everybody say the Africans didn't have religion. That's bullshit.
Yeah, everybody got religion.
Yeah, we ain't arguing with that.
I
used to say it. I know.
Beliefs, it's a religion.
Yeah, but it's more to religion than meets the eye, though. It's not just that. Right? It's not. So let's define what I mean when I say religion.
This nigga turned into Pastor Bennett tonight, yo. I can't do it.
No, I'm not. I'm showing you something. Listen.
Damn, not Pastor Bennett.
Yeah, this nigga.
Watch this. If I'm wrong, the conversation will get me wrong. I'll be wrong.
Pastor West,
Yeah, but I'm
doing so, all right, y'all see the screen, right?
It's coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got it.
So it's just simply say religion is usually defined as social, cultural systems. So you get so I know what I'm saying. I'm saying there's nothing wrong with bringing forth cultural, social systems. That's essential. But of designated behaviors, nothing wrong with that. Practices, morals, beliefs, worldviews, texts, sacred places, prophecies, the ethics, or that's an or there, or organizations. See, they say that generally that relates humanity to supernatural, transcendental, and spiritual elements. Then it says, however, y'all, there is no scholarly consensus over what precisely constitutes a religion. See what I'm saying? Okay, they say different religions may or may not constitute various elements ranging from the divine, sacred things, faith, and supernatural beings, or some sort of ultimacy and transcendence that will provide norms and powers for the rest of life. It said religious practices may include, watch this, rituals, sermons, common commemorations, or venerations, right? Or venerations of deity and or saints, sacrifices, festivals, feasts, trances, initiations, funeral services, right? Yeah, everybody gonna have to get buried regardless, if you're atheist or not. Trances, I already did that. Funeral services, matrimonial services, that's weddings. So people still get married. Meditation, right? I ain't against prayer. Probably wouldn't do that. Music, ain't nothing wrong with music, art, dance, public service. Yeah, we all need to have some public service to our community, or other aspects of human culture. Religions have sacred histories, right? So everybody should make their history sacred. Everybody does, right? They put this shit on dollar bills. That's glorifying their history. Narratives which may preserve in sacred scriptures. Remember I said, get a fucking book, right? And symbols. Ain't nothing wrong with having symbols and ideas tied to symbols. Nothing wrong with that. Holy places. Nothing wrong with making something holy if that's what you choose, right? That aim mostly to give a meaning to life. So they say a lot of times that scientists, people still don't, and that's not true. You can be scientific literate and give meaning to life, because ain't nobody else gonna give the meaning to fucking life but you, the individual. Each individual should be able to give meaning to their life. Right? Now, what else? And it says religions may contain symbolic stories. You don't gotta have no symbolic stories you don't want, which are sometimes said by followers to be true. That may also attempt to explain the origin of life. Well, we already know any brand new or moving forward traditional religion has to include the Big Bang. Like, you can't leave that out. The Catholic Church don't leave out evolution in the Big Bang. See? So why couldn't the traditional system do the same thing? Right? Let me keep moving forward. Traditional faith, in addition to reason, has been considered the source of religious beliefs. There are estimated 10,000 distinct religions worldwide. About 84% of the world's population is affiliated with Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, or some form of folk religion. The religious unaffiliated demographic includes those who do not identify with any particular religion, atheists and agnostics. I don't want to keep reading. Let me finish off. While while the religiously unaffiliated have grown globally, many of the religiously unaffiliated still have various religious beliefs. Well, that's my point, that religion and all that ain't just one thing. So when I'm talking about moving traditional system forward, I mean just that, and different variant degrees of it. But you know what I'm saying? Like, you got to give people space to believe, right? And if traditional systems stay where it's at, it's going to die out anyway. But if they wanted to keep moving, if they want to keep transmitting, culture, then you got to modernize the shit regardless, because that's all it really is. I just read to you a list of ideas put forth by human beings to transmit their culture. And so if my mother is deified as God, the great ancestor, then it is what it is. But at least it's in remembrance of my mother and my father. So, I mean, what you want me to say? That was my point. So I wasn't reverend preaching. I'm simply giving you the skinny on it. But go ahead. Corey. I mean, not Corey, but Cedric. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to add, especially the first couple of things you read about. Well, there are certain points in there that we can obviously dispute, like faith and those type of things, but ethics, morals, religious morals is. However, which one of those attributes that we just mentioned does a society does you cannot develop without a religious concept? Morals, ethics?
No. It didn't say religious morals. It just said that's part of it.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. So now when we look at all these things in terms of necessity, my point is in today's world, with science, with humanism, with ethics and morals taking place, with developed philosophies of reality, we don't need a religious base. We don't need supernatural forces or deities or any other spookism to define us in reality as humans. There is absolutely no need for those ideas anymore. There is no way we're going to look at nature and attribute anything that we see to a deity. Like even the concept of being spiritual, what does that mean? Like,
no idea. Man.
How do we quantify?
I have no idea.
Where is the spirit located? How do we measure it? So that means that too falls within the realm of imagination. Spirituality, the definition thereof, is simply, in most cases, is our experiences of awe towards the world. Knowing exactly how that rainbow is formed doesn't make it less awe-inspiring to me every time I see one. But that doesn't mean I'm spiritual.
Yeah.
But like these things have no quantitative value in reality. And with the ability to distinguish reality from imagination, any of these conversations, we can easily place them into one category or the next. And once it's imagination, what makes it more relevant, and I always keep saying this, to the red dragon or the mermaid.
Maybe funny. Funny as hell.
That's a fact. I don't know. I don't think that you can pull religion apart the way that you just put forth.
Why not? You have to.
You don't have to fuck with it. You can let that shit die. It's no.
It ain't gonna die, yo. It ain't gonna never die, yo.
No, and I understand there are always gonna be religious people, but what you're proposing, right, is to in 2022 that we can somehow move in motherfucking Stone Age religion into modernity. Like, the issue is Christianity and Islam, right, have moved along with man into modernity. It just wasn't a gradual, it wasn't an abrupt jump, right? Like Christianity and Islam have been reforming its ideas with humanity for hundreds of years. Every time human beings reach a new level, right, of compassion, the religion moved with us, right? When those religions first started, right, slavery was normal, right? But the more the religions move forward, when human beings said, we don't like slavery no more, right? The religion had to agree with it.
Yeah, and now we got apologetics because it's still in the book though. So now they have to develop a whole school of apologetics to fit it into context.
But it's been that's my point. It's been able to do that for hundreds of years. Yeah, it's been moving along and evolving woofers. What he's attempting us to do now is saying that that a primitive religion can make that jump abruptly into modernity.
I didn't say that. Yeah, well, you can do it. Well, Constantine abruptly dove out of nowhere and they started the damn councils. That's for some abrupt shit. So here we go. I got the screen for y'all. The Peer Research Center. This is always my go-to. Can y'all see the screen?
Yes, sir.
All right. So right here, right, it's talking about the global religious landscape. This was in 2012. I'm pretty sure it's changed since then, but it says, let's deal with reality. I like to deal with the world we live in. Right, and to think that the world we live in ain't gonna have no religion in it or come close to it is crazy. So that's why you might as well make up your own shit. That's my whole point. Everybody make up their own shit, right? That's how you compete on the world stage, right? Is to have something with you. So it says worldwide, more than 8 in 10 people identify with religious groups. It says a comprehensive demographic study of more than 230 countries and territories conducted by the Pew Research Center Forum on Religion and Public Life estimates that there are, 5.5 billion religiously affiliated adults and children around the globe. That's a 5.8 billion, y'all. Okay, representing 84% of the 2010 world population of 6.9 billion. We know that shit then rose. And you actually can see this, the size of major religious groups. It goes on to say the demographic study, based on analysis of more than 2,500 census survey, the population register finds that 2.2 billion Christians, 32% of the world's population, 1.6 billion Muslims, 23%, 1 billion Hindus, 15%, nearly 500 million Buddhists, 7%, and 14 million Jews, 0.2% around the world as of 2010. In addition, more than 400 million people, 6%, practice various folk or traditional religions, including African traditional religions, Chinese folk religions, Native American religions, and Australian Aboriginal religions. An estimated 58 million people, slightly less than 1% of the global population, belong to other religions, including Bara faith, Jainism, Sikhism, Shintoism, Taoism, and Tenrikyo, Wicca, and Zoroastrianism, to mention just a few. So the point I want to make here, let me see if I can get a little bit bigger. I can't make that bigger. The point I want to make here is that we're not going to get around that, right? You see the chart right there. You're just not going to get around that. So I was talking about Africa and the homeland. And one of the things they need to do, you need to be able to continue to transmit culture, bro. Like you can't keep transmitting Islam and Christianity and think you're going to be successful when you got a whole space. You know what I'm saying? Like space they got there, that they got one of the youngest populations on earth, right? So maybe some things need to be directed around atheism. I'm not saying that. I'm saying is they got to find a way to compete on the world stage. And one of the ways you compete on the world stage is clear. Look, India competes on the world stage. Man, they got, how many Hindus they got? They got 1 billion Hindus. India competes on the world. You feel me?
But see,
how do you make that correlation up?
Because I'm just saying religion bring group together, yo. And I ain't even saying God part. I'm saying it's all culture too. Marriage ceremonies.
Well,
all these things need to be in step.
Hey, Africa is full of Christians and Muslims. They fine. They got enough religion over there. Would it make a difference if they did it under Christianity or Islam? No, we just want Africans to move forward. It wouldn't make me never mind what system they did it under, right? If Africans can benefit better, right? If Christianity makes more sense to them and help them move forward, than the traditional religion, then be Christian. Just move forward. If Islam makes them feel better and they understand that better and they want to move forward, just move forward. But if the traditional religion is holding them back, get rid of this shit. Because you're falling behind.
So two things can be true in this case. So they need to move forward. That's what science and innovation. And you don't need no damn religion for science and innovation. We know that. But to think that humans, Homo symbolicus, you know what I'm saying, are going to completely throw away religion is bananas. We know it's not going to happen. That's a dream right there, a lofty dream of that. So since I know that Homo symbolicus is going to have religion, then you might as well have your own homegrown thing to help transmit your culture. That's all I'm basically saying. See, people think I'm thinking have a God for them to pray to. Nope, I'm simply feeling like they need to be able to transmit their culture going forward. Islam has transmitted Islamic culture forward. You know what I'm saying? Like you always got to step up on everybody else. You know, the Christians got one step up because there's an allegiance that Christians has to one another. There's a certain forum, a certain. I'm just saying, Africa is so diverse, yo, that since they did it in the beginning, they need to push forward and continue that now. You know what I'm saying? Like they need to bring, clans and tribes need to come together on certain. I'm not saying the whole of Africa need to come together. I'm just saying groups need to emerge, right, with social systems in place that clearly put their own survival at the forefront. Like we need to learn how to get our own elements out the ground, right? Or pay somebody to do it and make sure we get the lion's share of it. And religions help to bring people together like that. Because I just read the different things. See, when I say religion, you thinking I'm saying need to have a God. I'm not saying that. They just need to, if they're gonna have if you're gonna have
that's the only way I understand religion. Use another word.
That's not true. Yeah,
no, use another word.
Okay, but you got to upgrade. Y'all got to upgrade that though, because you can't just say religion. Just God. You can have a religion without a God.
It is though, you just
no.
read
You can
it.
have religion without. No, it said.
Let me say this here. Let's put some things
I'm wrong.
into
Wait, they said I'm wrong. No sentence. You gotta have a Buddhism. Don't got no God.
But they don't have a specific God, but they delve in supernatural forces.
They don't have no God though.
No, not a specific deity. No, not a specific deity.
Thank you.
Buddha God.
Buddha's a human who achieved enlightenment.
You're making that up, yo.
I ain't making that up.
Buddha's a human that achieved enlightenment.
Buddha is a goddamn specific.
Buddha is a man that achieved enlightenment.
No, I'm not saying what I'm saying that in Buddhism, Buddha serves as a central figure for devotion. It serves the same goddamn purpose.
He's a Jesus type figure.
Yes, it serves the same purpose.
They call him one of the reincarnations of Vishnu out of the Hindu shit anyway. He's like one of the other reincarnation and shit.
Yeah, Buddhism is actually it's a Hindu religion. It's an offshoot of the Hindu shit in the first place.
I want to
I've touched with Zen Buddhism.
One of the many reincarnations of Vishnu, which is the supreme deity
in Hinduism. So you tell me,
I read the
you made it up. I made that shit up.
The Upanishads, the Bhagavad. Hold on a second. Hey, is you telling me that Buddhism is not an offshoot from the Hindu religion?
I'm telling you
what. You said we made that up?
No, not the offshoot part, the part that Buddha is a god. Y'all don't know what the hell y'all talking about.
No, we're saying it serves the same function in the
might
religion.
have a place. So you're saying it's a placeholder, but it's still people who practice Buddhism and Zen Buddhism, the shit is atheistic, bro.
Listen, however you want to
atheistic, they don't have a god. I'm not characterizing. I'm telling you it is.
Listen, I understand religion. I know the central figure in a religion and what's its purpose. Whether it's Jesus, whether you say it's Allah, whether you say it's
Them
Buddha,
niggas got monks. If you got monks, that's a religion, bro.
you're a priest.
Wait, I didn't wait.
A
See,
monk
y'all
is a
switching.
priest.
Y'all saying two separate things right now, just for the record.
No,
everybody.
we saying this. It's the same.
Yeah, you said you got a priest. What you say? Say it again.
It's the same shit, yo. Like generally, yo.
No, they got a priest. So what that mean? That don't mean you got a god.
All right, you just being.
Okay.
I'm gonna source up.
If
Can I make a point?
Hold on. If you act like you don't understand my point, you feel me? Just to say that by definition, they say that they don't have a God, right?
Oh, we
if
got
you just
definitions though,
and make that point, then
Chef,
fine by definition.
So you mad that I'm listening to the people? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, I'm saying the people say, okay, I'll take that. So all we got is the definition defining the damn subject.
Yeah, but in general, hold on. It doesn't remove it out of it being a religion. It doesn't remove all of the spiritual aspects and everything that. So it's the same shit to me. To me, we're having a general conversation.
Yeah, but
it doesn't move out of the realm of religion. Just because you say it is an atheistic religion.
But I never said it ran out of. Yeah, that never was my argument. At no point did I say it wasn't a religion. I never said that.
No, you said it's an atheistic religion. Well, let me ask you this, by being an atheistic religion, let's see if you understand this, right? Since you said it. Since you said that, and you think you're making a point, by being an atheistic religion, do Buddhism deny gods?
No, I don't think so. They just don't have a god.
Exactly.
That's why it's atheistic, because they don't have a god.
Yeah, but does it deny God? Does it deny that gods exist?
No, but that wasn't the conversation, though.
By our understanding, that shit ain't even atheistic.
Okay, but the point that was made was that Buddha wasn't a god. That was the point. Now we didn't
hold on.
Travel down time.
Hold on, me and you in our form of atheism, right? We wouldn't consider Buddhists atheists. Because Buddha doesn't deny the existence of gods.
Yeah, but they don't have a god in their religion. That was the conversation. Now we didn't add it on and move, did that and did this. But last time I checked, I said that Buddha wasn't a god.
Yo, I said on a facetious point, you're technically right.
I was right. Non-technically,
I share my screen for a second.
Go ahead, share your screen, yo, because me and Uncle do this all night.
No, we won't. We're gonna make our point. We just, but it ain't. That's when the show start, nigga. When we disagree, you know that, right? When niggas start disagreeing, that's when the show start. Showtime. I'm just looking for my source right now because I got you. Go ahead, share your screen.
I'm trying, but let me just read this then. I gotta work on how that screen share thing goes.
If it ain't on my side, Cedric, don't read.
Worldpopulationreview.com, right? In terms of top 10 countries of the highest number of atheists and agnostics. It starts with China, 181 million people. India, 102 million atheists. Japan, 82 million. Vietnam, 66. Russia, 69 million. Germany, 40 million. France, 37 million. United Kingdom, 26 million. South Korea, 25 million. In Ukraine, about 10 million. So now, they say again,
Ukraine getting bombed up.
Top 10 countries with the highest percentage of atheists. China, 91%. Japan, 87%. Sweden, 76%. Czech Republic, 76%. United Kingdom, 73%, etc. Then there's Belgium, Estonia, Norway, Australia, and Denmark. Now, the point I'm trying to make, and this is my correlation, look at the top 10 countries. Look at their position economically, technically on the world stage, and look at the other countries that has a higher percentage of religion or has religion as the root of their culture primarily. These are countries where the majority of the population are atheists, and look at their output technically, economically, etc., etc. So in terms of your position on the world stage, the less you engage in religion being the foundation of your society, the more you engage in technology, the more you engage in science, the better off you are financially, economically, on the world stage. That's my point.
I'm with you. No, you have no fight with me on that. You thought I was gonna fight you on that? No, I'm not. But I'm still looking for this source.
That's why I'm not just an atheist, I'm an anti-theist. I'm the down with religion crew.
I am too.
Yeah, I ain't doing all that shit.
Burn the Bible and kill all the gods.
Burn the Quran, the Bible,
all of them.
The Gita, burn them all.
All of them. Take them on a nice
that shit ain't necessary.
Back in ancient times.
Book burning party.
So,
all of them.
So do y'all realize like if we atheists, right, and you think you're an atheist for real, then you know goddamn well that the shit ain't even really about the God for real. That's the stage joke on the side. It's really about transmitting culture and ancestors, because that's all the Bible is. It's an ancestral shrine. They enshrine their ancestors for the rest of the world and play like it's about God. It's about their ancestry and their great gods. What the hell was their great god? The great chief, the great somebody that was around their motherfucking ass at the time. Come on, yo, we can break it down to a real ass compound.
But we can just do that with history.
Nah, it don't work the best. You know what worked the best? Get niggas believing shit. That worked the best because it feeds into the symbolic, homo symbolicus mind. I got that from Reggie, the homo symbolicus. I forget the doctor that came up with that. It's shit funny. I'm getting closer though. I'm getting closer to what the hell I was saying. Comment, I ain't licking off the Buddhist point. You said we did kind of tap out a little bit. Tap.
Tap on what?
You said technically I'm right. I'll take the technical.
No, by definition that that's a problem, yo. Like
what? By definition mean I won.
No, because when you're having a conversation, right, a person can have a general point, but it shouldn't get bogged down if I'm saying by definition they don't have a central God figure, right? That's what it's saying. But for us, atheism is when you deny gods. Like if you don't have no belief in gods, like the not believing in supernatural shit. Buddhism don't do all of that, yo.
Buddhism, you meditate and you actually see all of the Hindu gods, and the flower of your crown opens, and the chakra shit. Spookism, same way. It's religion, it's spirituality, it's out of here.
It's pseudoisms.
Religion ain't pseudo, man.
If Buddha, my form
religion is pseudo.
I don't believe in the supernatural. Buddhists believe in the supernatural.
Yep.
It's things beyond the natural order that they believe in. Beings.
So what's that?
That's supernatural.
The misuse of the word energy is rooted in Hinduism and Buddhism, the way we talk about the energy that flows between people and all of these weird concepts of what energy is.
Yeah, niggas
is rooted in these Far Eastern
reincarnation and all, man, y'all.
Yep.
Yeah, wilding out.
There's no factual basis.
Anybody got a book on Buddhism?
I got a few books on Buddhism.
I got a book on Zen Buddhism, nigga. The who?
I got the Gita. The Bhagavad Gita.
We ain't talking about the Big Gita. We talking about Buddhism.
Which one of you ever read the I Ching?
No, nigga, I'm gonna say this again, ladies and gentlemen.
The I Ching.
Buddhism, nigga.
Oh, you ain't never even read the Bible, but you gonna sit here and tell us about Buddhism? Y'all niggas become experts on everything that matters.
Really, nigga? Really?
This shit.
They never read the Bible.
Listen, I started to read the I Ching.
That's the first
After about 10 pages, I couldn't anymore.
That shit. Fine nigga saying
You had the Bible in your house your whole life, and you never read the whole thing, but you gonna sit here and tell me about motherfucking Buddha. Y'all niggas got stop.
That's some bullshit. So listen, man, don't listen to Sheffin. That nigga practiced Ramadan and ain't never read the Quran. How about that? You actually had to do something.
What you were eating a Ramadan steak the other day? What's a Ramadan steak? That's a pseudo steak.
Ramadan steak.
Ramadan dummy, yo, that nigga stopped eating food.
Did it have a picture of Muhammad on it?
Sure.
Did the steak have a picture of Muhammad on the front?
I ain't never stopped eating. That's crazy.
But what's a Ramadan steak?
I don't know. He just talking that shit.
That's some pseudo steak. I never saw a Ramadan cow yet.
Ramadan steak. Boy, you crazy. Let me see if we got here. You lucky, man. I'm gonna find this. I ain't gonna let y'all get me with this for the night. Man.
We ain't trying to get you. We already said that by definition, Buddhism, they say, is atheistic.
Okay.
So, I mean,
all right. Good.
Godless religion. Yeah. It's not.
But it still got supernatural shit in it.
Yeah.
So
like what?
It's not opposed to God, but it's a godless religion.
What's the supernatural shit? I'm listening.
They got supernatural beings and shit that help you along to reach nirvana and shit. Like they got saints. They got saints and shit, bro.
Yeah. Their religious teacher got superpowers and shit.
What? Stop it.
Yeah, you don't know nothing about Buddhism. Just stop. You read, just say I read somewhere that it was an atheist religion, so I'm gonna keep repeating that shit.
What'd you say? That's all I did, huh?
Yeah, you heard somewhere. I'm black atheist. Is the atheistic religious Buddhism one of them? And that's your whole point. But let's not sit here and act like we can really have a Buddhist conversation.
Buddhism is one of the world's largest religions and originated 2,500 years ago in India.
Hey, hold on. I'm gonna try to act like we can literally sit here and have a Buddhist conversation. And he's gonna break down Buddhism for us. Go ahead, I would love, you know what I mean?
Let me just read this little intro here. Buddhists believe that human
Buddhism
life
is strictly
is
a path to enlightenment, bro. It's simply a path to enlightenment, man.
And you know that meditation, spiritual,
and trying to work your way between, you know what I'm saying? It's not, you know, people always say that, Buddhism is a path to enlightenment, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it's a way.
All that y'all saying mean you don't know what you're talking about.
No, listen, y'all.
All that y'all saying mean you don't know what you're talking about.
No, I'm saying people's sake. I'm not. Listen, let me get it out. People, I'm trying to go back on my Zen Buddhism. Let me figure it out. Right? It says that it's basically path of. People like to say that Buddhism is a path of enlightenment, or they'll say it's a let me see a way between. Hold on. Dang, I'm trying. Just let me think about it. I gotta think about it. Hold on.
You need to connect to the universe, thus creating a concept that there is consciousness outside of a physical entity. That's spookism, number one. Number two, they talk about you having to execute spiritual labor. Spookism, there is no spirit, no spiritual labor, no spirit, nothing. Spookism. It doesn't have a God as a central figure. But what is enlightenment? Enlightenment is becoming one with totality. Is the Phil Valentine concept of the human is the universe having a conscious experience. The human is a center point looking back at itself. Bullshit, pseudo religion. It is not based in anything real or factual. That's what makes it spookism. There is no God per se, but they consider the universe to be God because the universe is conscious. And that there is at the root of all religions is that there is this conscious, unembodied entity that exists outside of time and space. They all rooted in the same concept.
All right, so here you go, Ankh. I got you right here. The Enlightenment of Buddha. Finding the way.
Nigga, I ain't want you to read it, nigga. I was trying to figure it out. I was trying to go back into my thing. There's a term they use, man. I think it's asceticism. Is that the term? Let me look this up.
Asceticism.
Oh yeah,
that's like discipline, avoidance, avoid, form of indulgence, not indulging and shit like that, right? A lot of people think when you look at the movies, the Shaolin Temple and all that shit, you see they always abstaining for shit from different things, right? And then you'll hear people talk about the path, the enlightenment. But the reality is, it's really a path between the two things, the two ideas. That's the part I'm trying to get to. That's what I wanted to say. Between asceticism, I always mess that word up, and the path of enlightenment. Buddhism is really the path between the two, balancement of that. That's what I wanted to say. That shit ain't got nothing to do with flying through the air, all the shit y'all just said. That's
I ain't never seen nothing like that.
About.
And that path you're taught, they call it the noble path, and there's 8 steps to it. But in those 8 steps, it is a lot of religious shit in it. You can summarize all you want, when you get into that shit, it's very religious and spiritual and supernatural shit in it.
Read it. Where you at? Read it.
Siddhartha 6 answers. One wealthy man, Siddhartha Gautama, decided on reaching adulthood.
You got your camera on, nigga. You showing your fake Nikes, nigga.
Those ain't fake Nikes. Those are Rachis.
What is you showing?
They are right.
Them motherfuckers is old. Them niggas is old, nigga.
Yeah, they old. You right on that.
God damn. Rachis. They don't even wear. They might lock you up if they find a pair now.
Lifestyle was compatible.
Only wear flip-flops.
With his growing awareness of life's hardships. And the certainty of death. All right, so here go the 3 ways. Here go the ways. You got the middle way, which was Buddha's teaching is known as the middle way. Let me just turn this back towards me. At the most obvious level, this suggests a middle way between the 2 types of existence that he rejected. The life of luxury, attempting to attain protection from suffering with material comforts, and that of extreme austerity, denying himself almost everything in pursuit of spiritual growth. The approach or way he found involved a moderate amount of discipline in order to live an ethical life, free from indulgence in either sensual pleasures or self-mortification. But Buddha's middle way is also set between 2 other extremes: eternalism, where a person's spirit has purpose and lives forever, and nihilism, extreme skepticism in which the value or meaningfulness of everything in life is denied. Eternalism and nihilism. The Vedic religion, particularly as it was developed in the text known as the Upanishads, argued that the true self of every person is the Atman, which is eternal and is reincarnated from life to life. The Atman, so that's, y'all want me to read all that?
No.
No, they start Atman.
That's pseudo.
Yeah,
I don't know what the fuck that was. I think you picked the wrong book, nigga.
This is the religion's book.
I don't think
Big Ideas Simply Explained. So this is a book that covers all the religions.
Religion is pseudo.
Just like
3 marks of existence. That's another one. That's another step. 3 marks of existence. Then you have applying the middle way. Then you have a flexible philosophy. Then you have there can be an end to suffering. Then you have the noble truths, finding nirvana. The 4 and then you have the 4 noble truths.
What's nirvana? What's Buddha's ultimate goal, right? If you know, what in Buddhism would me and you as atheists agree with? If you
reach a stage in your life, yo, of peace. You peace with yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you didn't flip That's the flip flap. What? How you call it?
I had a flam flam.
You quick on your feet.
Uncle Pantheist today.
I nigga said out of flim flam niggas. Yo, they got niggas running the Buddhism at all time high fucking with them. I'm gonna leave them right there because I ain't running.
Those niggas says when you come get the peace and you.
I thought it was. I thought what it was trying to reach a space.
The ultimate goal in Buddhism is for you to not be incarnated anymore, for you to burn out, for you to burn off all your karmic fuel, meaning it's your karma that makes you reincarnate, and your desires make you keep incarnating into the world. Buddha say anytime beings are incarnating into the world, they are in a karma cycle, right, of suffering. So he's saying the moment once you reach nirvana, right, the Buddhahood, then you now will never incarnate back into this universe. You didn't cease all of that. So he want total death. You dig what I'm saying? To the soul, or whatever you call it. Whatever you think you is, he say you don't pose to exist, right? He say suffering and karma makes you exist, right? But once you reach nirvana, you cease all of that. Once you realize what it really is, you cease all of that, and you won't be born anymore, right? You won't ever suffer, because Buddha, his main is a story. I don't believe none of this. Let me say this from the outset. I don't believe none of this. But what he's saying is, he's saying suffering, and he wanted to end all suffering, right?
Oh, yeah.
Now, when he realized what suffering was, he said that suffering was because of karma, right? Which is Hinduism, again, right? That it was karma and it was man's desires, right? So he wanted you to end your karma and end your desires, and you'll end the whole situation for yourself. But it's all religious, it's saints in it, it's spiritual beings, right, that help you along your path, right?
Yep.
And at each stage of enlightenment that you reach, you meet different supernatural beings, right? That give you power to move you for. We wouldn't believe that shit is not atheism to us, yo. Trust me.
When I was getting into
atheistic,
Buddhism,
keyword atheistic, yo.
When I was getting into Hinduism and studying all that stuff, the idea of reincarnation is what got me stuck. Again, my scientific background, I could not allow myself to believe that bullshit. Sorry. The idea that I was a conscious entity outside of my mother's and father's genitals, and that I chose these two particular people of all the billions of people who were banging that night to jump into. So this reality that I'm experiencing right now is one that I chose, whether good or bad. It's one that I chose because I needed it as part of my total package of enlightenment. Like, whoa, stop, wait. I know basic biology. I understand the concept of reality, of the mind and the brain, and this thing called mind. There is no soul. So how are we coming back? Where, how, when? And where did I come from before? What, like, makes no spookism. And that's how religion is based on imagination and has no bearing on reality. So therefore, in today's world, we have the tools to equip us to question these things. We have the tools. So Buddhism becomes just as null and void today as any other of the religions from the past, although they were fundamental in establishing their civilizations and their cultures. People believe that stuff Today, in those same countries, we just saw the numbers. 91 million people, 109 million people in India are atheists. It's no longer the foundation of how these people think.
Huh? All right, so I think y'all on a long shot, y'all spitting in the wind some goddamn way. And I'm gonna tell you why. There are always going to be the larger portion of the population on planet Earth will be religious, will believe in God's might be based off the way the brain works, goddammit, the mind, right? And there are also going to be a certain amount of people that don't believe, okay? And there are going to be a certain amount of people that believe and still have a scientific mind. I just am a proponent of fighting for the scientific mind without the belief part, but I'm intelligent enough to recognize that you're not going to get rid of that. Y'all just not going to do it. Y'all spitting in the fucking wind. There's no way around that. So I agree with you. Hold on. I agree with you, Cedric, but I'm saying in the world we live in, religion does have value to it. You can't act like it don't, because it do.
It doesn't.
It do.
I mean,
I
understand what he's saying. I understand what he's saying to an extent, because that extent falls short when you actually look at the damage that it actually does.
Yeah.
So what damage do it do?
The damage of making you not think right. That's it. Yeah. Look at the damages that's done to this world and how illogical the thinking of some of these people that we sit down and talk to about this religion, about these religions. Look at how illogical they sound. They try to make all these religious people, they know there's no evidence of an Adam and Eve. They try to make them real. They know there's no evidence of a snake ever talking. They believe a snake talked. They believe a fish swallowed a man. They believe a donkey talked. They believe a man cursed a tree out of season. They believe a man got him out. They believe a man walked on water. And they also believe a man got him out of the grave.
Evolution is eugenics and survival of the fittest, which means the people that reproducing the most, which are the fittest then, by that definition.
Hold on a second. Y'all got religious people in your immediate family, probably.
And I tell them all the time, they're crazy as hell.
Hold on. Are y'all telling me that somehow y'all feel like y'all are smarter than them because y'all don't believe in God? Are y'all serious? So,
no.
Like, so
Smart and dumb has nothing to do with it.
Nothing to do with this conversation.
So you think
what we're saying is using right. And there's a verse I like to throw at Captain Tazariak in a lot of them. And it's this verse in the Bible. It said, hold up, Sheffrin, hold on. Listen, there's a Bible verse that I love to use. And this verse says, when I was a child, listen, because it makes perfect sense. If y'all would listen, come on, let me get it out.
Y'all take religion too serious, yo.
Listen, come on, listen. Y'all don't even want to hear it.
Go ahead.
So the verse is, when I was a child, I thought like a child and I behaved as a child. When I became an adult, I put away childish thinking.
That man go to work every day though, yo.
Yeah. It don't matter.
Hold on, watch this, Chef. Hold on, everybody stop. Wait a minute. One at a time, one cipher. So what did you just read? And what did
I didn't read it.
So
I didn't read it. This is something that I have memorized. I remember.
So what did you get? What did you get out of that?
So what that verse is saying, when you listen, what it is saying, not what I got out of it, what I have always gotten out of it, even when I was a child, was when I was a child, there's certain things that is okay to think about and believe and accept, because you may not have that evidence and you may not be able to formulate arguments and come to the conclusion that this may not have happened. But once you become an adult, there are certain things that just do not line up with reality, and you cannot continue to make these fantastical claims that this fantastical shit happened without validation.
Okay, so do you
put
agree
away
with
the
that
childish
statement that you
thinking.
read?
Yes.
So do you agree with that
So
statement?
put away
Does it
childish thinking.
So does it make sense to you though?
Yes. Put away childish thinking when you become an adult.
Okay, so nigga, but you got it from the Bible, nigga.
Yeah.
That's irrelevant.
So
That's not irrelevant. That's not irrelevant.
Killed yourself.
You
That's
killed
a
yourself
common
is what I'm trying to
sense.
say. There's no way you could have got
So the
any
Bible
understanding out of
right
that
there
based off what you
So,
said.
okay, so that means
So let me tell you,
Spider-Man real. Spider-Man real because Peter Parker
because Batman is real.
In New York.
Exactly.
Y'all
Harry
niggas
Potter
are
and them are
amazing,
real.
yo.
Can I
Harry
say
Potter
this?
and them are real.
No, relax for a minute. Relax. I'm not
This nigga
sitting here
disagree
saying
with the Bible.
right.
No, I didn't agree with the Bible. I just used it. You see, I do this all the time. So when I use the Bible to slap somebody upside the head, it don't make sense because I'm using the Bible to. No, I didn't. I just showed you the illogicalness of the Bible. No, I showed you the illogicalness of people believing.
That was logical, my nigga.
I showed. Listen, I showed. But exactly. So I showed you the illogicalness. So I showed you the total. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Because I showed y'all the illogicalness of believing in fairy tales as an adult.
Yo, you read the wrong version.
No, I did not. I really didn't.
Savior, they just pulling your leg.
Exactly.
No,
they're trying to outsmart me.
If you don't believe in the Bible,
slapped them. You see, because I don't believe in the Bible, I can't use it. I don't believe in a lot of shit that I read.
Listen, if you don't believe in the Bible,
I know how to pull out the information.
Why quote the Bible when the Bible is right?
I don't believe in the Quran. I read the Quran, Chef. I don't believe in a lot of shit I read.
Yeah.
This is stupid.
Ladies and gentlemen, hold on, ladies and gentlemen. I just tricked him. I told him don't read it.
This is stupid.
Savior, Cedric, stop.
I didn't read it.
Cedric, now I'm sitting over here, yo. I got enough sense to know ain't no God like that shit, right? I know the humans made all that shit up.
Know God
so that was
right
really a
shit.
philosophical statement of truth right there, nigga. I'm not saying that God said that. That's
I'm not saying it either.
So wait a minute. So I'm trying to tell you a person can read that and say, yo, that was a good piece of literature, man. It makes sense. You just proved that.
Oh, wicked.
Y'all are.
Yeah.
I like the fact that y'all tried to reverse it on me. I like the fact that y'all tried to reverse it on me and use this reverse. But no. The reason I did it was because y'all. The reason I read it, I didn't read it. I quoted it off the top of my head.
Well, go read it again. Go find it.
I didn't read it. And the reason I did it was because I'm showing how illogical it is.
Let me tell you something.
They're straw manning you and sending you down that red herring. Don't let them do it.
He is not straw manning the man. He read a excellent.
I'm gonna ask you this. You keep saying about the religiosity.
Oh, you're missing it. Listen. Y'all tripping. Y'all have key examples of people having religion and science, nigga. The kids who separate this shit. You don't got to get rid of it. Just separate it. That's my point.
It's time to get rid of ancient thinking.
Simple question, a religious question. How many people in 2022, regardless of their being religious or not, you can convince of thunder being caused by a god?
Right.
Man, nobody. You're not saying it. I get your point.
Man.
Y'all,
or a tornado being caused by typhoon.
So when people say they believe
I'm just trying to say
God,
yo.
when we explore this stuff a little bit further, most of them are Catholic.
So typhoon and wind God caused the typhoon, right?
Yo. No, I'm just trying to save you. You know what I'm saying? They gonna beat
so typhoon, the typhoon God caused the typhoon, right?
Yo, how did people that was Christians that had a religion, you know, how they practice science, or how they invent vaccines and shit, yo, all scientists aren't atheists, bro. Like, how does that work then?
No,
It's
I'm
the
gonna say
separation
this.
of it is how it works, yo.
Yes,
You cannot.
because you
There's
can
not
be
a
a
time
mechanic.
when humans didn't
You
believe,
could be
yo.
a mechanic but can't design a car. Because
What?
you're a good doctor, doesn't mean that you fundamentally understand the foundation of reality or that you apply. I'm saying you don't, not because you're a top surgeon means that you understand the foundation of reality, that you went through the exercise of processing information logically. You compartmentalize. And what you'll never see is that even those people who claim to be religious, they never bring their religion into the lab.
I know you proved my point. Now you proving my damn point.
Now everybody.
But you can actually be religious and not bring it to the lab. Is that possible? Yes, it is. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Yo, it ain't no need to
Now
get
I'm saying, at the same point, when I sit down with this doctor and we are saying this doctor is quote unquote smart, and I start to question his logic behind his reasons for assuming that this imaginary character is real, he gets stuck same way. He cannot have that logical conversation. Now, did I question his intellect? No, he's a doctor. Does he process information logically where God is concerned? No, it's illogical, it's irrational, and it doesn't make sense. And there is no way, even being a doctor, he's going to quantify God, justify why he believes, or say anything that adds to making it more than imagination. So he can be completely illogical and still be a doctor.
So Cedric, I just had to tighten up my conversation. Y'all can stay where y'all want to be at. I don't want to lose period against. So the reality is that one of the strongest forces we done came up against, right, that snatched us up out of Africa, professed Christianity, bro. That's like one of the strongest forces we came up against the African in a long time. They took out, they started off the largest forced migration in the history of planet Earth. A lot of them profess Christianity.
I did a show on that.
Signed off on it. Hold on, save it. Let me finish. The Pope sanctioned it. The Pope, he said, they wrote the Papist Bull. They wrote the international law. Go get them niggas. It was the Pope did that, bro. So I'm just saying, a nigga can practice religion and go get your motherfucking ass. A nigga can practice religion and practice science and build ships to go get your motherfucking ass. Don't get it fucked up. They destroyed the Native Americans. Native Americans had a religion. What they didn't have was the shit that the motherfuckers came in had. So I'm saying, don't you dare think that you're ever going to get rid of religion. No. And I don't think you should. Well, I'm going to give you a better example. Russia. They tried it. You know what motherfuckers do when you say they can't practice it? They go hide and sneak and do it. I'm trying to tell you, nigga, Russia tried it, China tried it, niggas go sneaking, they got snatch niggas out the house and kill them because they practice Christianity. Like, you're just not going to, the mind ain't even made for you. Listen, yo, I'm going to say this again, yo. White people will lie. Black people might lie, but the goddamn numbers don't. I'm not going to fight against the numbers. Y'all can sit up here all night and fight against the numbers. I'm saying, like, religion don't stop you from being a thinking person. Nigga. It's the person that try to use religion for shit you ain't got no business using it for. Like paying your rent, like understanding the natural elements, like understanding how the cosmos came, all that shit, and like all that science innovation, yo, you cannot try to use religion. You can't do it.
And look, that's why when he brought up the Zodiac, I said, man, that man go to work. I didn't see him on live streams talking about, man, he got to get to, he called it his slave, his job. He got to go to work. So what I'm saying is religious people.
I just explained the difference between logical processing information and being a doctor. I'm not equating the two. That argument is null and void.
No, that's what I'm saying.
The doctor talk about God and he can't process the information logically. He's gonna come with apologetics, which make no sense. He's gonna come with presuppositions, which make no sense. He's gonna hit me with every logical fallacy to justify a God. But he's a fucking doctor.
That's not.
The two is not the same.
That's not how that works, though, yo. Like any type of technical job that you have, yo, right? Your religion is not going to get in the way of that, yo. You're still going to be able to do your job.
Wow. Didn't I just say that?
Right. So even if you put, if
so it's a mute argument. Nobody's making that point.
No, listen to me.
Illogical thinking doesn't equate to not being intelligent.
Now y'all talking about zealot. You talking about a zealot, yo. We ain't talking about a zealot. You got zealots. You talking about people that's fanatical with it.
Yeah, we're not talking about Osama bin Laden, yo.
Yeah, we ain't
or the
nobody,
Trump's
nobody made a claim that you're less intelligent. You're less intelligent if you believe.
No, no one made that claim.
Is that you need to process information illogically to come to the conclusion that there is this God that you believe in. It doesn't say that you can't be a doctor. Dr. Ben Carson is a perfect example. Clueless, but he's a neurosurgeon.
He definitely
debate him on God, and the man looks like a clown.
He looks like a clown. I've seen him talk about it. The man looks like a blading.
No, when it comes to talking about, listen, when it comes to talking about shit like that, when it comes to the neuroscience that can help save humanity, he's
a genius. Ain't nobody can fuck with him.
So only in the argument where he debating with niggas over there do he become retarded, yo. That ain't got shit to do with
because he's arguing his belief.
Right.
It's not. He's not being. If you think that what y'all do or what we do, right, as atheists is anything more than what the religious person do, you tripping. The same people that's on your job, Sadio, believe y'all
making
get the
an argument that nobody is making.
You're right. You're making an argument no one is even attempting to make.
No, you gotta.
You know that ain't even in our head.
You gotta make it. Listen,
you don't.
When y'all make y'all points, I'll let y'all.
Yeah.
I don't agree. Listen, I don't agree with y'all, but I ain't cutting y'all off. I let y'all talk, and I just sit there and just disagree in my fucking head because what y'all say don't hurt me enough to make me just start talking. I don't believe y'all.
Okay, but don't make up a statement saying that's what I'm saying.
Look, y'all made up statements.
So now you're inferring. So now you're inferring.
Whatever. Listen, let me get my point out before I lose it.
Your point, which has nothing to do with anything we're saying.
God. This shit hurt, yo. It hurts.
It hurts when you misquantify my statement and keep referring back to a point nobody ain't making.
All right, well, let me say this. I'm not talking about Cedric's statement. Is that whatever I say?
Who on this panel equated ability to hold a job and processing the information with regards to a job logically on the same?
What are we talking about?
I'm not talking about Cedric or Sabio's statements. Okay.
You can talk about anything I said.
I don't. Religion is real. They're really acting like it's real. The only time that shit really can affect you if you're a zealot and run out there, I blow yourself up, then you know you gave it too much. But this shit ain't real, yo. So it really has no effect like that. Right now, the believer, when you start thinking you can pay your rent by praying to God, yo, you done went too far. When you stop being around your family, because you done went too far. You zealous enough. You coped it up. You did too much.
When you stop, every Christian and Muslim I know look both ways before they cross the street. Like, so I don't care what y'all say, yo.
That shit ain't that heavy.
And the reason why I'm saying this is because when people make the claims that religious people are hurting this world, right? And that shit wasn't my experience around religious people, right? The religious people in my neighborhood, the churches, they did good shit for the community. You feel me? So I'm not gonna put that on them, yo. I'm not gonna put the way the world, the fucked up shit in my community, the drug dealers and the robbers, and they the ones who create the fucked up shit in my community. The church people do bake sales, right? They got motherfucking they got motherfucking resource centers in the church. They help you fill out a resume to get you a job. They feed people.
Wow.
You feel me? They got
That
shelters.
is necessary.
So look,
that is necessary.
The bigger churches in the cities, in the cities that we live in, they got fucking hospitals. They got orphanages. You know what I mean? All the good shit. So when y'all make these statements like religion and religious people is fucking up the world, I don't see it like that. Y'all never gonna make me see the world the way y'all see it. You know what I mean? There's a lot of people that we can say fucking up the world, but I ain't gonna put that shit on my grandmother church and them. I'm not doing that shit.
Your grandmother church going the world.
You know what surprises me every time? Every time we start to talk about an idea, it doesn't belong to one single person, but somehow it becomes their identity. So us saying religion has no purpose in 2022 in the world, all of a sudden became your grandmama. Like, fuck did you make that equation?
Yeah. Right. So,
hold on.
Let me say something real quick.
Go ahead.
Let me say something real quick because I just did a show earlier.
Let me say something real quick.
And what I went over and what I did was I found an article. And what this article said was basically that these religions that we're mainly talking about were used on the continent of Africa to make Africans acceptable human beings for the coming of Christ, for the coming of Christ. Yeah, in other words. So these religions, in other words, they weren't they were used.
Actually give power. So you actually give power to religion then?
No, I don't.
What?
That's what I'm saying. No, I don't.
Read that Bible verse against
I don't give power to religion.
Let me in, Chef.
So, and the reason
you the host, Cedric, let him in.
And the reason I don't give power to religion.
You know, my girl sitting right here.
And the reason I don't
she
give
gonna put
power
you out in a minute anyway. I know. I'm gonna run you. Hey sis, when you put them out, I'm breaking to you. But go ahead, yo.
And the reason I don't give power to religions, to these religions, is because what they did was they actually stripped the power of whole nations of people and told these people that their ways of life, their ancestral ways and all that weren't shit. So if you did not become a Christian, you were not going to be, you were not human, and you were not going to be accepted into this kingdom.
You sneak away tactic.
No, let me say,
you're not going to be accepted into this kingdom.
No, listen, I'm not, see, if y'all think I'm sitting here talking about evil people, crazy motherfuckers.
Nah, because you can't, because
y'all, come on, yo.
But I wasn't even finished though.
You wasn't, but you was finished, you was going.
No, I wasn't. I was almost finished.
All right, go ahead.
So to end it up, basically these ideas,
forgot your point.
Basically was telling our people the only way to become human-like was to become Eurocentric. To accept the Eurocentric ways. You're not a human if you do not accept our Jesus Christ. And you're not going to be free.
Okay. So, all right. So that was some crazy ass wild motherfuckers that did that, regardless of their religious persuasion. So I never thought the religion was going to be able to stop them or make them do shit any motherfucking way. They had that idea of needing labor anyway. All
So
right,
why
so
could
they was going to do it. You cut, see,
my fault? I'm finna.
Yeah. So my point is, you can't blame you can't. It's the humans practice religion. The same evil motherfuckers that use thermonuclear weapons to extinguish life, right? That shit's out of order to really do that. That was a lot to do to humanity, right? And that was crazy motherfuckers, yo. So any tool in the hands of a nut, yo, can become a weapon. Any damn thing. People weaponize religion. So if you ask me if they weaponize religion, I'm gonna say you damn right. I'm with y'all niggas on that. You know what I'm saying? But the everyday old average person is trying to, matter of fact, the average day old person ain't even trying to bring you to Jesus for real. They trying to go about their day and make it in this world, right? And same with the people that try to deny science. Them niggas deny science right up to the moment that they really need the shit. So although I hear what you're saying, I disagree with you need to wipe out religion, because how the fuck you gonna wipe out niggas the way they've been thinking since the Stone Age? That ain't happening. So what we do is a rarity, and it will always be a rarity. Certain amount of the population gonna be non-believers. Certain amount of percentage of the population, they're gonna be homosexuals. Certain percentages of the population gonna marry in different what you would consider different ethnic groups. They just gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? And that's just the way Homo sapiens move and groove around this motherfucker. So some shit you just not getting. I mean, it's a lofty, y'all spitting in the wind. You know what I'm saying? Like what you spitting in the wind, huh?
I'm gonna give you some pushback. Again,
Yeah, and I am too.
my first point,
We push back.
Again, and I make reference to 2,000 years ago, you ask anybody how does the thunder and lightning come about, and they're gonna give you elaborate explanation of how the gods do it. In 2022, nobody on this planet, I don't care what church you go to, is gonna tell you about a thunder god or a lightning god. So the fact that people continuously hold on to these concepts, that's wrong. We can get rid of them with the advancement of science and technology and correct thinking. And if we promote that and we challenge a conventional way of thinking, we're gonna get there. Because nobody believes in a thunder god anymore. Nobody. Because of science and the changing and promoting that information and grounding people in reality. My second point, we just saw a phenomena of religion which encapsulate incorrect thinking. As a scientist, if the information comes out today that we were wrong on evolution, everything we studied, everything we believe, everything we've been preaching, we will change our tune immediately because we go where the science and the information leads us, correct thinking. Now, because we don't identify by these ideas, they are not part of my identity, they're just facts of reality. When we question the validity of religion, we see where the problem is. People identify themselves by an idea that is based in imagination, that is fundamentally flawed. In my small little island, you know where the churches are? In the poor communities with the highest rate of illiteracy, with the highest dropout rates, where the most criminality happens, where the drug dealers sit on one side of the street and the church is on the next side. You know where my home was built? In the rich community where they ain't got no churches. Where they ain't got no churches. Nobody in this community believes in any God. They ain't got no science and technology. Look at everyone around you. No church in this community because they don't need it. And that's something we cannot deny. That's why, yes, my folks religious. I got a sister that's completely religious. And I tell her, anytime you want to convince me of your God, be willing to have an honest conversation. She did it for about 2 minutes. When I made her realize that the devil wasn't all that bad, she ran out of the room and was upset. Because belief promotes incorrect thinking, the illogical response to reality. Scientific literacy is required to make everyday decisions in life. And you can't be scientifically literal, applying logic and reason to reality, and then say, God, habada. At some point, you're gonna get stuck. At some point, you're gonna get stuck.
So, okay. Yeah, and that's when you gotta rely on science. At the point is where you get stuck is where you gotta use science. That humans do it all the time. They get stuck on some shit. You know what I mean? Whether you Jehovah's Witness, you believe don't get no blood transplant, man, you look at the baby about to fucking die, and you're like, hey. So yeah, man, it's flim. You know, we switchy backy forthy people. I'm gonna say this again though. You're not gonna get rid of shit that's part of your makeup of who you're not. You're not. It's gonna always be a certain amount of people that do that. So yeah. I'm saying, why fight the wave, nigga? You ain't gonna get. I'm saying my job is to make people those who have the strength and the fortitude, right, to deal with religion and not to look at the world through the eyes of God and all that shit, yo. I'm saying, I think they should be made to feel comfortable. It's okay. That's all I'm doing. I'm not trying to make, I ain't got to, you ain't gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, I get what everybody's saying. I'm just saying we have a clear example. We have a great sample size of a group of, the United States wasn't built on God. Niggas say it was. Nope, that's not. They separated from church and state, my niggas.
Mm-hmm.
Telling you, y'all can say it all y'all want. America's a Christian nation. Yeah. Yeah. It wasn't built on that.
No,
They
used the ideas. They used the ideas to formulate their ideology. But no, it's not a Christian nation. I agree with you.
Yeah, they used. Matter of fact, you can look on the dollar bill, and this ain't even the slick shit. That's just some normal shit. They was looking at the way Egypt was like multicultural and shit, and they seen the value in making things multicultural. You know what I'm saying? Like empires, the great empires are multicultural.
Yeah, the United States was built on secularism.
Yeah. So I'm just saying we got a sample size, yo. They couldn't have went all religion. It's fucked up. People was running from religious persecution.
Exactly. And you know, I was drilling that in the other day. People were running from religious persecution from the Ottoman Empire, not only the Ottoman Empire, but British. You once you start talking about
the Ottoman Empire, and I don't care what conversation.
No. When you start talking about these religions from 700 up to the present, you can't exclude the Ottomans.
What's up, Sosa?
You can't. And I didn't, but this is one. They was also running from religious persecution from British and all them other nations. So
nuts. They was running from nuts.
I just realized that I'm religious, yo. I just realized that shit. I'm gonna tell y'all, our atheism, right, is a convenience to our circumstances. A couple years ago, I'm atheist as hell, right? Guys walked out of my barber shop, right? Soon as they walked out of the shop, gunfire broke out on both sides, right? 4 people got hit. One of my clients who just left out ain't had nothing to do with it, paralyzed to this day, right? Yo, I thank God I ain't walk out that door, yo. Yo, honestly, I don't believe, yo, if some wild shit happened, if you walk away from a goddamn car crash and you look at that car like I'm supposed to be dead, yo, just out of just reflex, yo, you gonna say somebody was looking out for my motherfucking ass. That's all.
You don't mean it.
Yeah, hey, look, you might know me at that moment, nigga, you gonna say something. You feel me? You gonna, when your grandmother tell you, boy, God was looking out for you, it sounds a little bit more convincing. You know what I mean? After you done went through some shit. I'm just saying being human. You know what I mean?
But hey, Chef, you seen the little YouTube video when the little dude they was on FaceTime with each other and he shot at him and the bullet passed. He like shit, that nigga missed. He walked right in the house like it wasn't shit.
Yeah, that was crazy. So I mean, like I said, everybody got their own, right? But just if I say, oh, if I say, God damn, or I say, man, well, I'm glad that shit ain't happening. Yeah, like that don't mean that I'm believing in God. That mean that's just a word we didn't use all our life in that situation. Yo, that's I don't pay that shit.
Colloquial. That's within the common speech. Like, oh, Jesus.
No, I'm saying I really was like, yo, is somebody up that motherfucker?
Oh yeah, you tripped. Yeah, you still bugged out. Yeah, you bugged out.
I had a stroke. I thought I was about to die.
Chef bugged out. Ladies and gentlemen, Chef is bugged out.
I fell flat on my face and my mind went into doctor mode. I didn't have no time to be thinking about no gods. And I was thinking, okay, if I need to die right now, is everything okay with the kids? If I'm lying on the floor, somebody need to call the ambulance. If I'm dying right now, is everything okay? I didn't have that God experience.
Right. Right. And you know, that's an interesting concept that you just.
But that's a different experience. That's when you need to. We're talking like you're in a car, the shit flip over six, 7 times off the side of the road, flip back up, right side up, and you ain't die. And other people died around. That's that type of scenario. You might be like, oh shit, somebody was looking out for me, but like
exactly.
And you need to goddamn get your phone. That's just logical thinking. That's not the same type of scenario. That's totally different.
Yeah, like you say, that's a blessing right there, boy.
That's a blessing.
But I don't mean that though. I'm saying, but I don't mean that.
Like
at least most of us.
I crashed my X5, took out 3 cars and 2 lampposts. I didn't have a scratch. Which God I thank? I say, you know what? I need to get another BMW. What the fuck? This car good. I don't have that. But I've stopped believing in God since I was 14, and I was forced to believe in a God up until then. Because when I was about 7 years old, I said, but wait, how Noah fit the lion and the giraffe in the same boat? They will eat each other. When I started questioning that, I got the classic answer: everything is possible with God, and don't question God. So I shut up about it.
Hey, but Cedric, listen. I started going to church when I was 11. Like a lot of people stopped when they was young, right? So, and kudos to you if you didn't do it. Like you're like, you know, you're just above a lot of other people. But there's people that go through the same thing you do, and just go through shit and be like, damn, nigga, like the universe. They might not say God. They may be like, nigga, the universe.
The universe, nigga, like, right?
It's something to like, nigga, like I was blessed, nigga, like you know what I mean? Like it ain't that deep, bro. Like
there's something out there. There's some unembodied consciousness looking out for me.
Yeah,
right. Nigga be like, nigga, if this my car wouldn't my time on the deck, nigga. Like, it wasn't my time to hit them 7s, nigga. Like, it just, you know what I mean? It just wasn't my face. You know what I'm saying?
But what about?
It ain't mean like that's just gonna happen tomorrow, nigga. Like, that's deep.
All right, so what about all the ones that? But what about?
So I don't believe these niggas in Switch. They went too far, Sosa.
Yeah, niggas is crazy. Said that in my life, everything most logical nigga you ever seen in your life.
Nigga, when you about to go to surgery, and you don't know the outcome of that shit, yo, just the selfishness in you make you check down on everything. Shit, listen, I'm gonna have faith in the doctor.
Y'all forgot what I was just a year ago.
All right, nigga, I done brought out the religion in you, boy.
I'm selfish. I ain't gonna lie. I'm definitely gonna act. Listen, I'm gonna say, you know what I mean? Before that anesthesia take me under, I'm a motherfucker ask the doctor to do a good job. You know what I mean? And when I close, I'm gonna say, Jesus, get me through this.
Like, you're a hypocrite, yo. We get it, yo. You're a hypocrite. You chase everybody else away from Christ, yo. Then you call on Christ and surgery, man.
Nigga, I'm checking everything. Cause I don't know. He might be up that bitch.
That's crazy. Then you got Jesus being up there. We ain't no up and down. We in space, nigga. There's no up.
No, I'm talking up there in heaven.
How did he get there?
Hey, Cedric, get him, Cedric. They didn't went too far.
Man, the Jew all gotta win, huh?
Yeah, they went too far. But the
You
Jew got
see,
the
whenever you put the pressure on, whenever you put the real pressure on, God will still pop up. Most
yeah,
niggas,
God popped
Yeah,
up.
hell
most
yeah.
niggas can
God
deny
popped up.
Jesus, but can't deny that unembodied consciousness they believe out there.
Nigga,
There is none.
Especially when my
There
light
is
on
none.
fine.
nigga,
There is
I done
none.
been.
Listen,
Yeah,
when your mortality, is on the line, like
Been there,
all
done
that
that.
shit, all them that shit y'all talking about,
Been
that
there,
shit
done.
go out the window, yo.
Nah,
Been there,
exactly,
done
bro.
that.
That shit go
Like,
out the
Been there,
window.
done
I'm
that.
not trying to hear
do
all
you,
that, yo.
do you know they did like the scientific study, bro, and like, you know, like just like when you said when niggas mortality is just on the
In the
line.
foxhole,
Like,
in the foxhole apologetic argument.
do you hold on? Do you
Foxhole,
know,
there is no atheist in the foxhole argument. We heard it
bro, like,
before.
let me finish the comment, bro. Like that should be driving me the fuck crazy. I can't. Just let me finish the statement, bro, real quick. Then you can get back. Like they did a study like that, right? With pigeons, right? And the guy and those pigeons started performing rituals, right? Right? And I was like, they observed it in a lab because like they needed water, right? And after a while, they know nigga, we need this water, nigga. I don't know if this shit working, but niggas around, nigga, and pecking it, and you know what I'm saying? But it's like when shit's on the line, nigga, like
No, we call
you're
that operant
hold on,
conditioning.
that's not what.
We call that in animal training, Sosa, we call that operant conditioning. I could get an animal to do that over and over. It's called operant conditioning.
I'm talking
It's called.
I
know exactly what he's talking about.
Just go look at the study. I think Richard Dawkins spoke about it, but I got a book called Archaeology, Archaeology of the Mind that speaks about it. But just read the shit. But what I'm saying is that human beings, right, and they're the same thing. When you're in a situation of dire straits, even if the shit you're doing is illogical, you will do it because it's better. As a human mind, as a human, you feel like it's better to do something, even if it's illogical, rather than to do nothing, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah.
It's called the fox. There is no atheist in the foxhole argument. Been there, done that. Next.
So, all right, let me say this. Let me say this.
Richard Dawkins, the other scientists, bro. Like just read. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
So I just would like to bring my own personal experience into this real quick. So 3 o'clock in the morning, right? Matter of fact, I don't even know what the fuck time it was. Like I know I'm walking down the street, right? And I know these 2 niggas came for me. It was 3 of them, they ran up on me, right? And I started fighting them, and one stepped around, right? And shot me point blank range. So only thing I thought about in that moment was, oh shit, these bitch ass niggas just shot me, right? Now, it must have shocked them that I didn't fall or whatever it was, but them niggas, they ran off. They ain't finished me off. They ran off, right? And in that moment, the only thing I thought about was I was actually scared to breathe because the motherfuckers shot me right here at point blank range. They were so close, I could smell the fucking gunpowder. At that point, it wasn't no pain, but I was scared to fucking breathe because in my mind, I was like, if I breathe, the air gonna come out my neck. I lie to y'all not. So I said, I'm gonna breathe slow. So I did, like I said, I took 2, I say, oh shit, I can breathe. Okay, I'm good. Okay. I say, so what I'm not gonna do is I'm not gonna panic. I said, I'm gonna walk down the street. I was right up the street from Murray's Steakhouse. You know what I was at, Chef. Murray's Steakhouse not even there no more. Right before you get the Newham Parkway, right? And I walked across the street to the gas station, right? Now, when I realized this shit was serious, when I knocked on the door, right? Knocked on the glass, and I seen the fucking lady eyes when she seen me is when I knew I was fucked up, right? Because I had on a baby blue sweat hood and the shit was full of blood, right? I looked down, I was like, miss, let me in. She was like, no. I said, you gotta let me in. She panicked the fuck out at this point. I said, I'm shot, let me in. She was like, no. Whoever trying to kill you, I don't want them to kill me. I said, exactly. They gone, let me in, right? She let me in. I set my happy ass down on the floor. I was like, I'm not gonna panic. You know when you panic and start running,
You start losing blood.
Yeah,
Yep.
you die from that. I set my ass on the ground, yo, and I just closed my fucking eyes and just chilled the fuck out. And the ambulance came and watched this. So they put me in the motherfucking ambulance, right? I'm good. I go to the hospital. And what they do is with gunshot victims, the first thing they do is they start checking other places for holes. Right? See what's up.
Because it can exit anyway.
Cut everything off.
Yeah, they checking, okay, cut all your clothes off, they get cut off, they checking, right? They was like, okay, we're gonna do surgery. So what they did was they put some shit in my veins, right? To see if it was any arteries or anything hit. So they ran the test, they ran the blue shit all through my body, whatever the fuck it was, right? They was like, okay, we're gonna go to surgery and see if he all right. So we went to surgery, right? I came out. This was the fucking doctor say to my mother. They was like, I don't know what the hell y'all praying to, but he ain't supposed to be here. Like you say, you don't get shot in your neck and it miss and go all in between. You got 3 major arteries in your neck.
Arteries right there, right?
They said that don't happen like that. To get shot right and come out right there. They said, we don't know what the hell, ain't a goddamn thing wrong with them. They like, we don't know.
Same thing when I got stabbed.
So hold on, Sadie. Don't
hold
die.
on, we having a religious moment.
So no, I'm not saying the doctor had a fucking religious moment. I didn't. My mother
seen
did.
it.
So
and he seen something that wasn't supposed to happen, and
I
you
know.
denying it. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I did nigga, the Muslim. I'm saying I didn't deny it.
Speak
Listen,
your truth.
I'm not saying I denied anything. I'm simply saying, yo, that was the moment of truth, nigga. I could have went the God route. I just chilled out and went to let me think it through route. That's also, I'm not saying I'm not one
the
of the
doctor, but the doctor went the God route.
Tripped out. Yeah, he was done. The doctor was done. He's like, I don't understand this shit. I ain't never seen
the doctor like saying a miracle, yo.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know how that happened. Yeah, I don't know how you get shot in your neck and miss everything. I don't know.
The lady at the gas station said a dead man walked up to the motherfucker.
So now
the motherfucking doctor said it was a miracle, and you still fucking denied it. You feel
same shit with me. Same shit with me, but the doctor didn't say it was a miracle. The doctor said it was a miracle I was here when I got stabbed. I jumped over a fence, and when I realized I was stabbed and I seen the blood.
You can't follow a story up with one stab story, yo. You gotta get shot. It gotta be a gunshot story, yo.
Hold up. I got stabbed in my stomach. I was pronounced dead on arrival at the hospital.
You died?
That's what they told me.
Nigga, you died, nigga.
I don't know if I died or not. They pronounced me dead on arrival.
Yo, so you get stabbed and die, nigga? You don't want to get shot.
I lost 3 pints of blood. I got stabbed in my abdomen.
So
I got stabbed in my stomach. No.
Hilarious, yo.
No. I got stabbed
in my stomach with a shot.
I hopped over a fence, and that's when I realized I got stabbed. I wasn't running. We was having a conversation, an argument over a bicycle and $20 that he had stolen from him by my sisters, which I knew nothing about. What? I found all this after I woke up out my coma.
What? You ain't even know the nigga stabbed you?
No, until I jumped over.
Pastor Bennett in the chat, y'all. He said, after that story, he said, you and him gotta talk, yo.
No, until I jumped over the fence. I thought he punched me.
Pastor Bennett missed a good show tonight. Pastor Bennett, I'm trying to tell these niggas, you just can't get rid of religion, Pastor Bennett. I'm trying to tell them they ain't listening.
No, not now.
So, okay, so you jump over a fence, you stabbed up. You ain't even know why you jumping over a fence.
No.
So you panicked out.
I was on parole. No, I was on parole. So I wasn't trying to catch a violation. So that was the main reason.
Nigga? How you gonna get violated for getting stabbed up?
I wasn't trying to fight. Any violence would have got me violated. I was fresh out. So, I'm thinking is get away from this violent man and whatever's going on. So
get away.
I don't get hurt. I don't hurt him and nothing. But by this time he had already stabbed me. So when I realized that, I walked to my friend Eric and laid down. Had I continued to try to walk, I probably would have died.
Yeah, he was.
Had I panicked
and
I lost 3 pints of blood, you don't you only have 7 pints of blood in your body. They did a blood transfusion.
Yeah,
I remember everything that the doctor told me that he did. I remember the NG tube that was running through my nose down into my stomach that was pumping out my bodily fluids because I wasn't able to use the bathroom. I remember all this. I remember my appendix being removed, my gallbladder being taken. I don't have those anymore. They were damaged. She damaged everything in my stomach except for my kidney.
Yeah,
Went
you gotta
to
get
the left. I
tube
have
down
a
your nose.
colostomy bag.
You're right. You get the tube down your nose. You get the shit in your penis. That's always that's the shit that hurt, nigga. Not the gunshot wound.
Yeah.
Getting that catheter in my damn penis. That shit fucking hurt. And getting that
I
tube
woke
down
up.
your
She
fucking
snatched
throat,
that out.
that's the worst shit too. Like you ain't like this shit is sore throat forever, and that shit getting stuck in your penis. You be like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
She stick it in and it's like you're gonna pee. Yeah, that's crazy.
Just let me pee on myself.
Yeah, let me pee on myself, nigga. Y'all tripping. Yeah, that shit
snatched that out early in the morning. I was like,
yeah, you been in the shit. Yeah, you been in the shit. Most people don't know that all that shit hurt worse than the fucking gunshot. What you mean?
Yeah.
I'm been shot twice. All that shit they do to fix you up be hurting worse.
Going through the recovery, it's painful.
Yeah. That's just for the record, yo. For everybody, hope don't nobody ever get shot. Been through the experience twice. It's stupid. Yeah, that's why I don't. Yeah.
And then they took me off they had me
stabbed in the stomach, almost died. Niggas die. 8,000 ways, 8 million ways to die.
Oh no, a stab is nasty,
It's slow.
Sometimes you would rather get shot before you get. I mean,
I got hit with an army knife.
I
agree.
Have you ever seen an army knife?
Nope.
You got stabbed with an army knife.
Yeah, what? I got stabbed with an army knife.
Yo, you ain't see the nigga that had the knife though, yo?
No,
what was you at Vietnam?
It was about 1 o'clock in the morning, something like that. I was drunk. I was trying to go get me some more.
The truth is coming out.
So I remember the night perfectly.
You done ran up on a nigga drunk.
No, I didn't.
Ran into Rambo.
I didn't run up on him. See, it's crazy because I went to this house where this bike of my girlfriend's was. I was only 18 at the time.
You went where?
My girlfriend's bicycle was outside my friend's house.
This nigga got stabbed over a bicycle.
And $20.
And $20?
Yes, and $20.
You almost got stabbed to death over a bicycle. And
and $20. Yes. A Rambo knife. I have. This ain't the first time I've mentioned this.
I ain't never heard you tell that story.
I've told this shit numerous times.
You was calling
no, he told this story a couple times. And it must be hold on, Sabio. It must be true because he's repeating it word for word the same way every time, yo.
What happened to the kung fu shit you do?
He was drunk.
Shit, I wasn't, like I said, I was just out. I had only been out 6 months. I got out in December of 1996.
That ain't just out.
6 months. I had 3 years to do. I wasn't trying to violate.
What?
I had just gotten into college. I was just trying to get my shit straight.
Got stabbed. Nigga, you supposed to bang them in the mouth, yo, something, nigga.
I should have. I really should have.
What?
Too late now.
That's called Monday morning. We playing Monday morning quarterback now, nigga. We tripping. We have
right. I can't go back and redo the shit that I didn't do. You feel me?
I'm glad you're here, Sabian. I ain't gonna lie. I'm glad you're here.
Yo.
Pastor Ben, how you doing?
Okay.
Yeah, but Pastor Ben is on. For sure. Go ahead.
Absolutely not, bro. You is out of order. You know what? You better answer your phone Monday. You better listen. I don't ever want to see God Killer in your name again. And I'm fine. I see your title now. I'm fine with Bobby Rest, but you guys, I take the banger out, and I don't want to hear God Killer no more, bro. After that, at the very least, you shouldn't be trying to kill God. You should be thanking God they didn't kill you. At the very least, what's wrong with you? Chef said it. Your doctor was sent to tell you. And you done suppressed the truth. You done suppressed the truth, man. You done lost your mind. That's the
all because he won't believe in Egypt.
Right. All because you want to be from Africa, you gonna suppress what God did for you in America, and you want to be a God killer when he didn't let them kill you. What's wrong with you?
Oh man.
At the very least, you're supposed to say, if there's a God, thank you.
What?
What?
Man,
we don't.
least.
If it was the fifth, we would all be drunk.
No.
this is
I'm
what the
saying there
doctor
is.
said.
I'm saying instead of becoming an atheist, there ain't no way you supposed to go through that talking about there ain't no God. Matter
Yes,
of fact,
it is.
Hold
because
on,
it's called
hold on,
learning.
Sabio.
Let him get it out, bro.
Hey, what was you scared for if you just a bunch of molecules?
Oh, what was I afraid for?
You said you were scared to breathe. Why? You just a bunch of molecules. You ain't got
I
no
thought I
real
was going
purpose.
because I knew I got shot in my neck. Yo, I didn't know what to expect when I was breathing. That's what I was worried about.
But I'm saying if you just a bunch of molecules with no purpose, what you worried for?
I mean, I don't know, nigga. Shit, I got shot in the neck. What you want to fuck you? I'm just saying,
You
I
want
knew
mortality.
my go-to wasn't God. And the doctor actually said, whatever you believe in, he ain't giving no specific shit.
Yeah,
So
he didn't
I'm
try to.
saying, so that wasn't the point. The
Because
point is,
you might have looked like a Muslim.
no,
So he ain't want to offend you.
so what I'm simply saying is, the statement was made that when people in sticky situations, they run to God. And I'm saying, wait a minute, I've been in a real life sticky situation twice. I've been in that role being shot out. I've been shot out twice. So I'm saying I never ran to that. My thing was to think logically and chill the fuck out, calm the fuck down. That's how I was thinking. You know what I'm saying?
You almost get. Have you ever almost got hit by a car?
Huh?
Have you ever almost got hit by a car?
Yeah, I got hit, but I was on the bike in the car side, so I turned down the tree by mistake on right down road.
Boy, man, I'm calling you Monday.
Huh?
I'm calling you Monday. Man,
he's trying to convert you.
But listen, man, I'm not saying I don't have beliefs. See, that's where y'all get it twisted.
Hold on,
I don't believe in the Christian.
I got a better one. I know you was just with somebody who, when you left them, got killed.
You say, was I?
I know for a fact you're from the same place I'm from. I know you was just with somebody, and 5 minutes away from leaving that person, they got killed. What did you say in that moment, yo? Because you know if you would have been right there, I would have got killed with him.
Well, I got one better for you.
Go ahead.
I was in the club.
Mm-hmm.
Me and my man Mark Cotton, shout out to Cotty Mo, right? We was in the club. What's it called up the street, yo? Up Ricetown Road. What's that little club?
European Ballroom.
Yeah, European Ballroom, right? My man run out and say, yo, this nigga, yo, just watch my back. Yo, I'm gonna get this nigga, man. Lie to you not. He in the middle, I'm on the side, Cotty Mo on the side, yo. We walking up to the nigga, like, all right, yeah, I got your back, yo. He walked towards the nigga without no hesitation. He about 3 steps in front of us, pull out his gun, pop, 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 pop. Nigga, I was like, oh shit. I was just glad that I ain't take that extra quick step towards the nigga. The nigga didn't hesitate, yo, gunned him down, yo, right? My man that got shot, he ran off running and hit the ground, right? Like, so that was a situation where I was like, oh shit, because the only thing he had to do was just shoot me and my man. We you know what I'm saying? We side by side now, right? They lock eye to eye, yo, the nigga pull out a gun with no hesitation and shoot the shit out. So I know what you're saying, yo. So my man landed on the ground. All he's saying is, yo, I'm gonna die. He was like, yo, don't let me die. Don't let me die. And I do this shit like you do in the movies, nigga. You ain't gonna die. I ain't know, but that's what they say in the movies, right? Yo, I said all that movie shit. You ain't gonna die. I said, yo, just calm down. You good, calm down. So I've been in them situations. I get your point, dog. I still ain't say God. I was just like, shit, I'm glad the nigga ain't shoot me. That's where I was at. I don't know.
Yeah, thank God that they ain't shoot you.
Thank God they ain't shoot you.
That was close.
That's why I'm calling you Monday, because the way you was just sitting here suppressing the truth of all these experiences you had is ridiculous. You really think you that lucky?
Listen,
hold on.
Don't start with me, Cedric. Cedric, I'm just messing with. Don't start with me, because
my atheism never made me deny miracles.
Listen,
yo.
a woman on the emergency room
I'm calling
table,
you on Monday. You need
stabbed in the neck with a scissors. She's been pumped, and every time she's been oxygenated, the blood keeps spurting out of her neck. You know who she was asking for?
God.
Her mama.
Oh.
While she was dying, 28 years old, because yeah, I work in the hospital. I've been there when people get shot. I've seen it all. You know who she was asking for while she was dying, 28 years old? Her mama. Nobody else.
So did George Floyd.
So
Why didn't
now,
George Floyd call for Jesus?
you know what I mean? So y'all just
He
come with
called out
these
for his mama.
arguments that make no sense. A doctor saying, I don't know who you're praying to, he's illustrating in colloquial sense the highly unlikelihood of what he just experienced.
That's not what he said, though.
That is not outside
That's
of
not
reality.
what he said, though.
The fact that you can't interpret it other is because of your religious mindset.
Why did
what he said, though.
Cedric, why didn't my doctor, Cedric, I'm gonna ask you this because I remember my doctor's name. His name is Dr. Edwin Settleson. I'll never forget his name. Why didn't he, when he seen the damage done to my stomach, why after I woke up, why didn't he tell me? He said a prayer. He said that he looked at the damage and he said, I have to try. And his hands went to work.
Yeah, but that don't mean that. But just because a person says that,
just because a person say they believe in God, don't make it right now.
No, just because a person
every argument one way, we got one.
I'm saying, like,
Cedric. I asked Cedric. I didn't ask. I asked Cedric. So I want Cedric.
So every
answer.
argument for the spookism, we could find one grounded in reality. What you're never gonna find for the spookism is anything to actually make it more than imagination. Thereby doesn't qualify for any conversation. And every time I had a car accident, you know how many times I had close near misses with my Harley? What I said, skills. Yeah, like who jumps and says, whoa, thank God that car didn't hit me. Man, good thing I got good eyesight, good reflexes to pull away at the right time. Because I'm riding this damn motorcycle, ain't got nothing to do with no gods. And like, so you've never done anything. It takes a certain mind to go to the place that you're going to go. It's Cedric, you've never done something out there is what guides this process.
Hold on. So you've never survived any incident absent of skill, right? Like just it wouldn't because you was the coldest nigga on the Harley that made something. I'm talking
drunk.
about just some
sheer. I'm coming from the club 3 o'clock in the morning.
Hold on. I'm not talking about you on a Harley where you are. I'm not talking about you on a Harley. So let's move away from the Harley. Hold on, bro. Cedric, hold on. I'm not talking about you on a Harley. You're good. I'm not talking about you and a Harley and your supreme Harley skills. Have you ever been in a situation where if you were just fortunate? It had nothing to do with you having the mindset to either duck away, slide. You were just straight up fortunate, nigga. You didn't see it coming. You didn't have no chance to prepare for it. You just was fortunate. Has that ever happened?
I'm speeding. I'm coming out of the club 3 o'clock in the morning. I know I'm late. I had to be home a long time. I'm drunk. I'm speeding. I take out 3 cars on the side of the road and 2 light posts. Blah! Total is goddamn BMW X5. Total. One shot. I open the door, walk out the car, look around it. Everybody standing there wondering how the fuck am I alive? You know what I think in that moment? Oh shit, I'm gonna get in trouble when I return.
Hey, Cedric.
My mind don't go to no God.
Hey, Cedric.
Like,
all right, you got it, bro.
None.
All right, you
there
got
is none.
You got it.
Why would I, in a moment of a situation, null and void, my clear and present understanding that outside of reality, there is no God. My father had an open heart surgery. He got a stroke. He got a stroke in a surgery and he wasn't recovering. And every day I was on the phone with my brother going through the medical advice. My sister praying out of this world. And I'm going, okay, let's keep monitoring the vital. At a certain point in time, I told my brother, you know, I don't think my dad's gonna make it based on what I'm seeing here. My sister's praying to God Almighty. He's gonna be fine. He's gonna be fine. He's gonna recover. And the science and the evidence says, no, my dad's not gonna recover. So the three brothers who are not religious pull together, start to make plans, organize myself, while my sister is booking a passage to go to see my dad because God told her he's gonna recover. Listen, partner, don't come to me with none of it.
But hold on, Cedric.
Wait, hold on.
I want to say, let me just ask this question, Cedric. So
My dad
based on
lost
that
his
scenario,
leg,
right?
praying to God that he
Hold
didn't
on,
lose
bro.
his leg.
Just chill out, bro. Based on that scenario you just gave, Cedric. So you're saying that if your father would have survived in spite of that, then you would have believed in God?
No, so like you fundamentally don't understand. I have
no, I'm saying no. Hold on.
I don't want you
to re-explain it to me.
No,
I don't want. Hold on. I don't want you to re-explain it to me. You said that because you were logical
and scientifically literate. If
All
my
right.
father was
Go
to
ahead,
recover,
Pastor
you know
Bennett.
what
Go
I
ahead.
would have seen? A
Go
change
ahead,
in
Pastor
his
Bennett.
vital
I'm a chill
signs.
because he gonna be in that.
You know what? You know how my father would have recovered? I would have seen a change in his vital signs, and it would have made logical, scientific sense. It would not have nothing to do with no imaginary friend, and I would never ever attribute that. Like my father's dead, I have no idea of seeing him in no afterlife. I don't pray to my dad. I don't imagine seeing him.
All right, bro. You're ranting at this point, bro.
I cry every
Cedric,
single
you're ranting
day,
at this
a
point, bro.
year and change. No, we end these arguments because there is a fundamental.
I'm saying, but you got to at
thing
some
that
point
we
just
must
stop and
have
just let the brother talk. Let somebody else get it in.
Nobody have it like we don't.
Just okay. Just let Pastor Bennett speak right now. But go ahead. You done did the whole little rant. Go ahead.
Anyway, that's how you want to go to church. Chef, take over this thing now.
No, hey, just based on Cedric, just based on what you just said, I just got two questions. They don't even gotta be long answers. There's just really two quick questions.
Impossible, Pastor. Go ahead.
You said about the woman who called for her mama. She didn't call for God. So my question to you is, if a person calls for God, we clearly know it's happened millions of times. If a person at the point of death or the point of extreme sickness calls for God and recover, just real quick, if they call for God and they recover, would that strengthen your faith in God?
No, it's irrelevant.
Okay, so wait.
Then why would you use
hold on. So then my point is, okay, let me ask you one more before I get to that. If a person defies science, medical science, in the sense that medical science says there's no way they're going to recover, they're pretty much brain dead, or there's nothing else we can do, they're going to die, and then they recover.
It happens all the time.
All right, it happens all the time. Will that strengthen your faith in God?
No.
Okay, so wait. So then what you're showing us, Cedric, is that
there's no evidence for God, so there's never nothing
Cedric, hold on, bro.
Outside of evidence.
Pastor Bennett, that's what he's gonna do, bro. Like,
Cedric, hold on. All I'm trying to show you is I wouldn't get in a conversation with you about God because hold on, Cedric. I wouldn't get in a conversation with you about God only because your arguments against God are inconsistent. Hold on, Cedric, please hold on. I promise. Give me 10 seconds without cutting me off. I promise. I'm just telling you, your arguments against God are inconsistent.
Arguments against God.
I can't.
I told you.
You see, like, why tell me I have an arguments against God when I simply say there is no evidence for a God and there is no
your argument against you just gave plenty example of an argument against God.
Right.
That's why I gave you the same. That's why I used that scenario.
For a God.
No, like, that's why I gave that scenario you gave you in reverse to see if what you're saying was true, if it have opposite.
It makes no difference because
exactly.
That exercise
if it makes no difference, then don't use any exercise.
That in a sticky situation, everybody refers to a God. I'm gonna show you multiple situations where they're not factual.
We're not being absolute.
What is the relevance of it?
We're scientific. We're not absolute in our statements, bro. We're not saying absolutely every single human being does it, bro. You already proved that you're the Zen master. So you already killed.
So now then begs the question: what is the relevance of making that statement when there is still with making that statement, yes or no, still no
because
evidence.
you because
for
of
God.
because of the examples you gave and the
Right,
illogical. That's why we're asking the question, because you gave scenarios in which it was fallacious. So we said, okay, well, reverse that. Well, if it would have happened
was
other than what you
fallacious.
said, and you still say nah. So why would
Yeah.
you?
Which
Why would
was
you make any
fallacious in which
scenario?
sense? In which
So that-
sense? I was just showing you for every situation that you claim, everybody refers to a God. I've shown you every situation
No,
that
I already
you
said
refer
that. We
to,
don't say
the
absolute, bro. We're
exact
not talking
situation
absolute.
where people do not refer to a God, begging the question, what is the relevance of even stating that?
Bro, I already said we're not saying every single human being, bro. You already know we don't do that, bro. We're not saying
So now,
every single.
with the fact that we still remain at the same point, there is no evidence of any gods.
Well,
And the fact that
so
there
listen,
is
what
no
would
consciousness
you
outside of a physical being,
okay, hold
what
on.
is
So
the
listen.
relevance of bringing up that point?
So listen, the relevant, you're bringing up scenario. So let me ask you this. What would you take as evidence? That's a better question. What would you require as evidence for God?
I knew it was coming.
No, that's what we need to start. What would you require as evidence?
I don't know. What is what?
You don't
what
know?
Would be,
Hold on,
what
bro.
would be what would we consider evidence of supernatural? Let's establish between us something that we can both agree on. What would we consider evidence of the supernatural?
You're asking me a question. I ask you.
No.
If you're saying that
for it to be
I'm just using your
evidence,
logic, bro.
for
I'm
it
just
to
using
be
your
evidence,
logic.
for
I'm
it,
just using
so
your
let's
logic,
continue you
bro.
losing my logic. For
I'm
it to
using
be
your
evidence,
logic.
it would need to be need to be whatever it is, it would need to be independently verifiable, right? So it wouldn't be necessarily convincing for me. So what would be convincing for you? Let us see and put it together.
No. Why you reversing it to me? My question: if you're saying that, if I say to you there's no evidence for something, right? Then that means that there's something that I would accept as evidence, right? If I'm rejecting all other evidence, that means that there has to be a counter.
You need me to create a scenario in which something would be evident of a God. For example, let's put it in miracles, right? We always talk about miracles. Now, let me see somebody pray. For example, Pastor Bennett pray over an amputee and the arm grow back. That would be evidence of a God to me.
My dad lost his leg and he prayed that he didn't lose his leg.
How about that?
He went to church for it.
That would constitute evidence
prayed that he didn't lose his leg.
So if
that
amputated arm grew back.
From the personal and get back to the original statement.
No, everybody freeze. My turn. Relax. Let me go right here for y'all. Y'all about to dive in. So let's examine Pastor Bennett's statement, because now it's my turn. Right. So we'll come here to the word God. Now he supposes the word God is really, the same God, which is not, because clearly here we have that's going to be the Jewish God, right? That's going to be Allah. That word is Allah right there, right? That's going to be an African deity with the dot in the center, and you know what I'm saying? And then you got the sun disk, that's God, right? One God. Here you go. The representation for the purpose of art or worship of God in form upper left: Christianity, Islam, Atheism, Monad, what's this? Balinist Hinduism, and Zoroastrianism. So look, Zoroastrianism, he sure as hell one talking about Zoroaster God. Hold on, watch this. This is where the arrogance come into play. This is how he faked y'all out. Yeah, he definitely wasn't talking about Zoroaster. I want to get this. Get that on the screen.
You don't know what God.
He wasn't talking about that. Zoroastrianism, Mazda, holy Mazda. Hold on. In Iran, he wasn't talking about that God now. See, but he presupposes it was always the quote unquote Christian God. So let's come to this is what he was really talking about. How can you deny the God of Christianity? That's what he was really saying. He said it in code, that's what he meant. So God in Christianity is the eternal supreme being who created and preserved all things. That's what he was really talking about. He wasn't talking about this, nor was he talking about this. This, right? The origin of the word God, right? God, Old English, God, supreme being, deity. the Christian God, right? The image of a God, God-like person. So God can be applied to people. In the Bible, God can be God or gods or goddesses. That's in the Bible. He wasn't talking about none of that. Let me finish. From Proto-Germanic, so it's from a Proto-Germanic root. We're not Germans though, but he presupposed that God, a word to start out in Proto-Germanic languages, came to help in North America. I don't believe it. Gooden, source of Old English Saxon, ain't got nothing to do with us, right? Frisian, we ain't Frasians, we ain't Dutch. Old High English, German, gut, or German, gut, or Norris, we ain't got nothing to Norris, Valhalla and all that, and ain't got nothing to do with us, right? So we lived in a situation where we wasn't thinking about Old Norse, High German, which is of uncertain origin. So now it's of uncertain origin, perhaps from Pi, Proto-Indo-European. That's Pi. Gut, that which is invoked. See, so we really talking about that which is invoked. This is predating Christianity and all that, right? These German languages was trying to invoke something. That's the origin of it. Watch this. The source also of Old Church Slavic, Zuhu, okay, to call, right? So we talking about to call. Sanskrit, invoked, and epithet, and Indra. It's say from
Indra,
the root,
the goddess Indra.
which is Guni. Come on, man, jump out. It's say to call, invoke. The notion could be divine entity summoned to a sacrifice, right? But some trace Pi, watch this, some trace Pi, okay, to poured. Oh, now we're getting close. Poured, right? From the root of guhu, to pour a libation, to pour libation. The source of Greek, what's this? Hen, to pour. Also, in the phrase kut, gunya, poured earth, right? Poured earth, referring to a burial mound. So we're talking about a burial mound, right? It's a given the Greek facts, the dramatic form may have referred in the first instance to the spirit emanating in a burial mound. See Zeus, either case, not related to good, ain't got nothing to do with good, right? The point I want to make here, right? When we in North America, right, and people make certain statements, right? Let me see you. They're actually talking about their God. When they say you didn't, you denying, he's not saying you denied the African God. He's not saying you was denying point or to invoke. He wasn't saying that. What Pastor Ben was clearly saying was, I was denying the works of Jesus Christ. That statement in itself, because I just did the translation, didn't say it, I translated right. That's an arrogant statement. The world is a gigantic place. The cosmos is past that, right? So no, I think what I did was what I was supposed to do. All humans will make inferences towards what they understand at the moment in the time they're in. So I don't think everybody, but before they about to die, is gonna say, my God, like, I might be the nigga that call on my mother. Like, Mom, where you at? Yeah, I'm saying, Dad, damn, I'm gone. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, but I doubt if it'll be calling on the Christian God. I might go voodoo or some shit. Excuse my language. But I digress, right? I just wanted to put that out, what the great brother was really saying when he said, I didn't call on God. He was really saying, I didn't call on Jesus Christ. Right around though, Pastor Bennett.
Yeah, I'm about to go at your head real quick.
Oh man, let me live.
And
let me live.
And this is not gonna stop the phone call from coming either. I'm still
the phone call. I've tried to bat you off, but I know it's coming.
And so, man, nah. So what happened is, like, it's the same thing with Cedric, right? Anyone who doesn't believe in God, they have their stances, they have their points, but the point is to be consistent within it, right? So Cedric, he's not consistent in his arguments. So he'll go to somebody who didn't call on God, they call on their mother, therefore, hey, why they didn't call on God, therefore God doesn't exist. Then when you switch it over to, well, what about the one who does call on God, and whatever they called on God for, it seemingly has been answered. That's still not evidence for him. Medical science says, hey, it's nothing we can do. Somebody prays and it works. He doesn't value faith or prayer any more than if somebody prays and it doesn't work. So what we see then with certain levels, that it's simply a denial and a suppression of facts. And especially from people who take a scientific approach to that, you can tell that that's just a hatred for Christianity and a hatred for a belief in God. Because if you take a methodology and a scientific approach, then you shouldn't throw out any level of evidence in any way for anything, right? And now on your side, what you do, I notice your argument is there have always been so many beliefs in a God. Your argument is always the arrogance of your God being a God, which again, scientifically, with a man who thinks scientifically, that's a failure in thought, because just within science itself, there can be many different thoughts to or theories or whatever you want to call it. That doesn't make one not the right one or the right way or the right thing that occurred, right? So no, I wasn't telling you the Christian God, because in lieu of Christianity doesn't begin to the 1st century. And secondly, bro, in good and well, I'm not going to no Wikipedia to define Christianity. So stop playing. We're not going to Christianity. So I'm simply saying, let me ask you a quick question. Let me see if you'll answer it. When you got shot in the neck and the doctor said, when you got shot in the neck and the doctor said you shouldn't, he don't know how, like you basically in a sense saying where he got shot at, he should not be living. He shouldn't have made it. He shouldn't be here. Did you believe him? From his place of expertise, do you believe him? From what he's seen in your condition and from his place of expertise, do you believe him?
Yeah, and I also reserve the right to get a second opinion. Shit, just because he ain't know, don't mean another doctor couldn't have known. And I'm just glad that he was able to go in and do the surgery to make sure I was okay. So, I mean, that's his personal belief, though. His personal belief in the situation that actually unfolded is actually two separate things, right? So the screen right here clearly shows you. Y'all should go to this, bigmyth.com. So all humans, right, have different varying forms of their cultural expressions, whether it's the Celtics, the Norse, you know what I'm saying, in Hawaii, the Aztecs, they're all over, the Aboriginals, Zulu, they all have different expressions, different ideas from gods to gods. So I'm just saying, me personally, I'm still learning about these different cultures. I'm still learning about these different expressions. So I'm just not ready to pick yet. So until I figure out the one, then I'm chilling. I don't believe it. I'm waiting. I'm looking.
And I'm not even.
Can I respond now?
And
Yeah,
I don't
Cedric,
because I've been waiting.
Hey, let me say this last thing to Ankh,
hold on.
because I'm gonna jump off.
Let me say this Cedric real quick. Let me say this Cedric real quick so you can switch to Cedric. Just go on the panel, right, where the panelists are. Like you're the host. Just click on Ankh name, and it'll be like making the host or making the call. Just click making the host. That way you can switch over to host somebody else.
Yeah, can I address Pastor Bennett for a second, because there seems to be somehow a miscommunication. So when we pose arguments, right? I didn't pose the argument that when we in a situation we look up to a God. I didn't make that argument. So I countered that argument by illustrating different scenarios, which Ang also did, in which there was life and death situation on the line, close calls, and people on their deathbed that did not refer to a God. When I did that, it was questioning the relevance of making that statement, nothing more. Done. So that is just making the point made that I didn't make. I was just countering the point. Simple. Subsequently, when you pray or don't pray, for someone who fundamentally knows and understands that there is no consciousness that exists outside of a physical entity, there is no way that prayer works, whether for or against. It's a mute argument. So bringing it up now, and when we want to be scientific, when you claim that based on prayer, someone recovered, you would need to quantify that. What is the scientific verification that prayer actually causes this person to recuperate.
Got you. But we would need to
have any evidence for that, then
but
that's just a claim you're making that the two are associated.
Hey Cedric, but when I'm gonna deal with I'm gonna speak to someone's own methodology, and I'm saying with you, we wouldn't need to quantify it no more than how you quantify when they were praying for your father and nothing happened, you canceled out prayer being a real thing. So you have to be consistent in your own arguments, and that's what I'm showing you that you're not consistent.
Where was the inconsistency?
Hold on.
I'm trying to figure where the inconsistency was. You keep claiming I'm inconsistent, but I can't see it. So
because the inconsistency he's saying is that you said that your father was dying. You and your brothers who weren't religious mindset looked at what was going on. You said, yo, he's going to die. You started making preparation. You said, meanwhile, my sister was praying that God was going to save his life. But we understood what was happening logically, and he died. So in that scenario, you were saying that based on the evidence, you saw that he was going to die, and her praying didn't do anything. So then the reverse would be
even went further. She was booking her passage because God told her he was going to be okay.
Yeah, but the whole point is that
it went a step further. So God lied to her. When God spoke to her, God was lying, or God didn't know the outcome.
But that's irrelevant.
Right.
That is irrelevant, Cedric, bro.
How is that irrelevant? If God lied, if God spoke to her.
If you're asking me how it's irrelevant, then you should let me explain that. I'm going to repeat the same shit you just said to me. The irrelevant part came into the fact that you rejected the fact that prayer would be effective.
Right.
Because you looked at it,
but God
logic and
spoke to
science.
her.
And, hold on, bro. So exactly. So if the reverse had happened, then it's logical to ask you, well, what if the reverse had happened? What if everything you said saw that he was going to die? Y'all started making preparation, but lo and behold, he survived this shit. Would you give credence?
What is the prerequisite to this whole argument, Sosa? What is
the idea? The idea was that the prayer that she was doing.
No. Sosa, let me rephrase my prerequisite. There is no evidence of a consciousness that exists outside
of
physical entity. Therefore, prayer, either way, is irrelevant.
But that's not how you. But if you say that, then that's different. If you say that, then okay. But that's not how you laid out your scenario. That's why we attacked the scenario.
I repeated everything I said exactly the same way I said it. Selective hearing is the problem, and that's what causes the frustration. When Pastor Bennett now is going to straw man my whole thing about me being.
It's not a straw man. That's not what a straw man is.
We're just seeing if you're being consistent in your own methodology.
One way, and then I address the other.
No, that's not what a straw man argument is. That's not what a straw man argument.
Let me ask this real quick. Hey, Aunt, are there in the scientific community? In the scientific community, are there different theories on how the universe began that oppose each other?
Began like Big Bang, right?
Yeah. So are there different theories on how that began? Are there different theories in the scientific community on how that began that oppose each other?
No. Because a theory with the origin of the universe, a scientific theory, the Big Bang, an opposing theory has to be able to explain everything that the Big Bang explains and then add to it. And that's what they don't got yet. They don't got that.
So you're telling me there's not different scientific thoughts? You're telling me
they not a competing theory. They got like scientific models on the subject. They got hypothesis, right? But yeah, like even string theory ain't even a theory.
Yes, but that's from the Big Bang backward, not from the Big Bang forward. So the hypotheses all exist after the expansion of the universe, or before the expansion of the universe. Those are where the hypothesis exists. The Big Bang cosmology.
My question is,
it doesn't matter. He was saying that they're different composing, the different ideas and different hypotheses, but he wouldn't call it a theory.
Okay, So
He's
let
just
me,
saying that there's nothing that
right.
ever classifies a theory that's opposing. That's what he's saying. But there are other ideas and hypotheses that go against.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So within those ideas that are different, that may oppose each other, one doesn't agree with the other, right? But does one have to be right via the universe?
No, the best explanation. No, the best explanation is the Big Bang theory. That's why it's the prevailing theory.
No, that's not my question. Even though there are different ideas, right? That doesn't deny that what there are different hypotheses to actually does exist, even though there are competing hypotheses about it. You understand what I'm saying? You understand what I'm asking?
Yeah, you basically saying like just because it's other gods don't mean that the God you got ain't the God. I get it. I got the translation.
No.
The reality situation
Look. I don't even want.
Am I
Look, you went one step ahead of me. I'm not saying that my God is obviously I believe I got the right God. Obviously, I believe the God of the Bible. That's not what I'm saying.
Why do you need to believe? What's the evidence? Why don't you know?
Just let him get it out. So
and then we got let Stu Peas get in it because he.
I've been waiting too.
You let Stu Peas go. You ain't waiting. You got it in today. You got stabbed up and jumped over fences and shit.
I had some more to say on what's going on though.
I'm simply pointing out within your own methodologies in the field that you trust in science, there are competing views, and you don't allow the competing views, right, to stop you from the view that you actually believe in, because you don't believe in all those hypotheses, but you do believe one of them, and I already know the one you believe.
No,
or the one you trust in.
You can't say believe though.
That's why I changed it to the one you trust in.
That's not
the one you claim.
The one has the most evidence for. Like, you got to switch.
I'm not.
You got to clean it up, man. You got to clean it up.
But the other scientists believe they have just as much evidence for their particular. What are you talking about? Yes,
because if they did, listen, hold on. If the other scientists had it, we would know it.
No, I said the other scientists believe they have the evidence, right? That they have the evidence of their own hypothesis.
No, they don't. They can't account for everything.
Hey, now, Sosa, be honest.
I'm telling you.
In these terms, is Ankh being a Christian right now? Is Ankh being a Christian right now? Exactly.
I would say
you're misinterpreting.
You see how he's doing it in science? Hold on. You see how?
Can I say it?
You see how he's saying no, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't. Theirs ain't right. Because if there was right,
I didn't say that. I'm saying like. Just like you got the multi-regional theory and you got that, right? No, the multi-regional hypothesis and the outer Africa theory. The problem with the multi-regional hypothesis, it has not accounted for everything that the outer Africa have. So they still trying to work on it. So it's not a fact.
The problem with the Kemet God is Asa and Aset, because I'm gonna start going in on them.
Let me finish. Everybody relax. I'm trying to this is a good moment right here. I'm just trying to show you that it's not that the scientists believe anything, is that they still haven't gotten enough evidence to topple the outer Africa theory. Same with the Big Bang theory. That's not to say that as we learn more, they won't be able to do it, but as of now, the prevailing scientific theory, right? And it's a theory because you got things that's been tested repeatedly, you know what I'm saying, that keeps showing up with the explanation. It organizes the facts better. Hold on. It organizes the facts better than string theory and things of that nature. That's not to say that mathematicians and all that won't get it together. But as of now, the prevailing theory is the Big Bang. The outer Africa theory 1 and 2 is the prevailing. So I'm just saying it's not that they believe anything. You can be talking that talk. I'm a scientist. Why you ain't? No, then in the body of knowledge, right? You gotta be able to do that. You have to account for everything that the outer Africa theory accounts for. And then the thing that you're coming up with, your hypothesis, has to do that. It ain't got nothing to do with what they believe.
What he's saying is what he's asking is that in lieu of some of the errors that they may have within their particular hypothesis, do they think that they're correct? That's kind of what he's saying. Even though the evidence, the prevailing theory is what it is, he's asking. So, but do they think they're correct anyway?
Other scientists have
It's not
ideas.
about what they think.
That's a
It's about what the data
misinterpretation of how
shows.
science works.
Yeah, it's about what the data shows. What you think about
Yes,
that,
no.
Sos? It's about what they can prove with their
Yeah,
data.
I get it,
What I'm saying though.
but what he's saying is that those
They're
people,
scientists.
even though they feel like, even though others feel like they are not correct, they feel like they're right.
Exactly.
The nigga that feel like he got the most research, he feel like he's correct, even though the evidence may be one way and prevailing, he still feel like he's right as well.
Exactly. And I'm pointing out that hold on, and I'm pointing out, and I'm
He
pointing
understands
out
it's data driven, so he's not saying that it's not data driven. He's saying
if
saying that
the
even though
information
it's
don't
data
add up,
driven,
it won't add up.
No, one at a time.
Yeah, he understands that he already understands that it's not data driven. All that. He gets that. He's saying that in lieu of that, even though he's saying that, do they still think that this shit is correct?
And the answer is yes. And they're saying
they know they can't account for everything else they would.
Sense.
Yeah, that
Okay,
don't make no
then,
sense.
so you're saying that the other ones know they're wrong and they understand.
No, I'm saying is they know they can't account for everything else. They would actually do it and shut the shit down. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, here it is. Here it is then. Has the Big Bang always been the prevailing theory?
No.
Exactly. So that's my point. So another scientist had to come up with something that changed the consensus on something.
He had to provide evidence.
It doesn't matter. I'm not saying they don't
understand the evidence part.
Right. That's my point.
He understands the evidence part. I was like, you don't got to keep reading.
Right. The point that I'm making is at whatever the prevailing theory was prior to the Big Bang, right? It had evidence for that prevailing theory. But there was another scientist that came with different evidence that said, now that's wrong and this is right. So my point is, in science, you have competing theories and competing hypotheses and competing evidence from different scientists all the time. And Aunt Wes and Cedric and everybody else chooses, because some people go with the consensus, some people don't go with the consensus. That's just a fact. Every scientist does not go with the prevailing theory.
You're misquoting science, you're mischaracterizing science, you're strawmanning how this thing works.
Every scientist agrees with the Big Bang theory. Thank you. That's what I just said.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know why. That's not even
I don't know why that's hard.
They can be wrong. Nobody's saying that they're right because they don't believe. They're just saying that they just think that they're right and they just don't agree.
That's all I'm saying. And I'm saying, but they're scientists. They're scientists putting forth different evidence that suggests that evidence of that consensus is wrong.
No, like
I want you to say that. Let him go. Let him make his point.
Line, you're wrong.
That's not his point, though. Get to your point, Pastor.
I keep trying to tell him it's not his point.
Yeah, my point is not that the ones who are in the minority view are right and the one that are in the consensus view are wrong. That's not my point. My point is in people who are in the same field of practice, right? And have a theory or hypothesis, whichever language you want to use, concerning the Big Bang or in the beginning of the universe. I'm saying there are competing thoughts within that field. That does not negate that there is this beginning of the universe, period. So what I'm saying is, in your argument, when it comes to the faith side, that there are different views and different gods and thought process. That in itself, which the argument could go further longer, does not negate that there is a truth. I'm not trying to tell you what to pick right now. That's not my argument. I'm not trying, you said I have to pick one. I'm just simply saying your argument of arrogance is not true because you don't say that in the scientific field. Your argument of all these different cultures, having all these different gods, you have the same thing in every other field of study. In every field of study, you have competing views, no matter what field of study it is. That's just a fact of life. In every field of study, you have competing views.
So let me share my screen. I like to just share my screen.
Yeah, but so what he's saying, Uncle, is that you wouldn't necessarily have to find the one God that would make it status quo, because the end game is that there is God, whether there are competing theories or not, doesn't negate the fact that the God concept.
Right, I'm trying to slow walk y'all. Y'all don't even want to slow walk.
So we can see the screen, right? I'm coming to the Journal of Science. Right, I think this is important in this conversation. Okay, 2015. It said astronomers spot first generation stars. We call them POP3 stars, right? Made from Big Bang population 3 stars are predicted to be enormous. It say live fast and die young. All right, let me read the statement right here. It's very quick. A team of astronomers have found the best evidence yet for the very first generation of stars. Ones made only from ingredients provided directly by the Big Bang, made of essentially only hydrogen and helium. These so-called population 3 stars are predicted to be enormous in size and to live fast and die young. And it goes on to say, until recently, many astronomers had thought they would never be able to see such stars because they would have all burned and died in the universe's early history. Too far for us to see. But using new instruments on the world's top telescopes, the team found a uniquely bright galaxy that seems to bear all the hallmarks of containing pop 3 stars or population 3 stars. What is my point for showing you this? Because continually, Big Bang, right, is mounting more and more and more evidence, right? Over and over mounting evidence. The whole thing about you can't even test God because why? It's not falsifiable in the first place. So to argue who God is this, hold on, I get your point. Just because you have a variation of different gods, it should never be. And I think you should never mix the two ideas, science and no. Science is based off of evidence, and God is based off of belief. Two separate things. They should never really cross the same paths. That's
Bro,
all.
that's not what I'm even saying. I'm saying Cedric what I'm breaking down is y'all arguments against God, right? Cedric argument.
I don't have an argument against God. I just say I can't figure out which God.
Hold on. What I'm simply
the real
saying,
God, please stand up. It just hasn't happened yet. I'm waiting for a
I don't
message.
have no arguments against God. There is no evidence. To me, just as much
I can't
evidence
falsify
as
God.
there is for a mermaid. I don't believe in a mermaid because it's a man-made idea. It's imaginary. I have no arguments against a God because there's no evidence for one.
For or against.
So that doesn't make any sense.
Can't prove it.
That doesn't. Listen, it doesn't make no sense when you don't agree with your own arguments, right? You clearly make arguments for God. When you say, why didn't she call on God? Why did she call on her?
I'm not making an argument.
Cedric, bro, you gotta be able to have some discipline.
Why
bro.
do you keep straw manning my position after I made it clear?
You gotta be able to just chill out, bro.
You cannot start a discussion by misquoting what I said. I never made an argument for God. I said,
Cedric, you literally said, why did she not call on God? Why did she call on her mama? That is a direct
because
quote.
You said everybody, because it was in response to your claim, Sosa, that in a tight situation, everybody calls on him on God.
If he's repeating
I said this lady didn't call on a God, she called on her mama, making your argument, Sosa, mute. Not everybody calls on a God in a sticky situation.
I didn't say, and I already, we're not talking absolute, bro. Like,
so now tell me what I said again after I just now said exactly. I made a counter argument to the claim everybody in a tight situation calls on God. And I mounted different scenarios where people did not call on any God. Done. I didn't make no claim I just refuted a claim that was made. So now go ahead and
what was the argument? What was the argument that you was making?
My position.
What was the argument? I already steel man it, but you don't allow that shit, bro, because you're gonna cut right back in the middle of steel man the argument. You do it.
I was talking to Pastor.
So what was the point of the scenario of the woman, of the sister praying, and the logical thinking of you and your brothers?
First of all, God.
No. Just explain that, bro.
Again, I'm going to repeat myself completely. Maybe if I slow it down, you would.
No, it's like I don't understand why you gotta do that, bro.
My fundamental standpoint is there is no evidence for a consciousness that exists outside of a physical being, aka there is no evidence for a God. prayer is irrelevant. Scenario, my sister praying for my father, heard from God, booked a ticket because God told her my father was going to be fine, where the evidence indicated, and as the evidence indicated, father died. Now, to counter that,
now stop right there.
say,
Stop right there. Stop right there. Hold on. So just based on that scenario, she booked the ticket. If she would have been able to catch
God
that
haven't
flight,
spoken to her. The point there is
the
God
point is
told her.
So Cedric,
God told her. She spoke to her God, and God told her, "But dad's gonna be fine." So she booked the ticket.
Right. I got that part.
Focus
Cedric,
on that.
I understand that part.
Focus on the
I'm
point I'm
focused on
making.
that. I'm focused on that. So the counterclaim is that since she booked that ticket, if he had survived, she would have been able to catch that flight. Then what?
The argument is God spoke to her, and God was like, "Oh, God ain't spoke to her for real and some bullshit."
Right, go ahead.
That's the point. I got the screen.
That's the
on the
point.
screen.
Now
You
you just
can focus on what you want, but that's the point I was making.
Let me get it out. So the point.
No, I won't read the definition. You get it out.
Cedric, make somebody else a host. Man. Make somebody else a host.
It's called falsifiability.
Make somebody else a host.
Falsifiability.
Oh, I do that.
Falsifiability is the capacity
of
someone for some position, statement, theory, or hypothesis to be proven wrong. The capacity is an essential component of the scientific method and hypothesis testing. In the scientific context, falsifiability is something considered synonymous with testability. This is what we can apply to God. So I'm not doing it with y'all half the night on trying to prove or disprove something that you just can't prove.
No. Let me tell you, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
You can't say no. It's no way we can fall like you could just say it was your God. Like, okay.
No.
What do you want me to do? We monkey cheat. I get it. What you want?
I clearly know what I believe to be the truth, right? And what I'm saying is, no, I'm not. I'm saying what I notice y'all do is y'all cats will flip. Y'all will do like arguments that nobody's arguing in that time when y'all try to do. No, I'm dealing with y'all's perspective of y'all arguments, even though y'all say y'all not making the arguments against God. Here is the reality. Cedric clearly
understand you. So she understand. I don't understand at this point.
Let me get it out. What I'm saying is, Cedric clearly makes an argument against God when he says there is no evidence for God. That's an argument against God. That's one. Number two, when he says, when he was asked specifically, well, what would you do, right? What would you need as evidence? And he said, if you pray his arm, something like his arm is off, and if God answered the prayer, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? So clearly he's arguing against God because what
he said, what yo?
He said that.
You asked me a stupid question. I give
man.
Stupid answer.
Hey, I'm gonna call you, man. I can't get it out, man. I'm gonna call you, man.
You ain't gonna flip me around like that.
Y'all have a good. Hey, Sosa, did he say that? He said like,
but now he's negated to me. It's because I asked him a stupid question.
I need a cell phone.
I apologize. I apologize.
I just told you
he answered the question that God, if God made his arm grow, he would believe in the God.
So
now he's saying the question.
Show me the evidence of a consciousness that exists outside of a human body. That's the evidence you need to provide. So when I answer you a bullshit question with a bullshit answer, don't hold me to it, fam. Because really, go back. Pastor Bennett, you could do it.
I just need a
simple with the Holy Ghost
video.
For
me, I need a simple video of God.
Y'all ridiculous.
Rising from the dead, yo, and then you got me. A simple stone video.
God rising from the dead. Hold on. What are you talking about? Like, you guys.
Hold on.
I need a cell phone video of Jesus Christ down on the cross and coming back.
But that,
that's super dope. That's dope.
So that's
anything short of that, I ain't buying it. That's what I'm.
Okay, so hold on. So you telling me that only Jesus can do it? What if I was on a cross and crucified, came back to life? Then you would.
I'm good.
It gotta be Jesus himself.
Right. Cell phone video.
You want to provide evidence, Sosa?
Cell phone documentation.
I don't want to know what
that.
I don't know what you guys have evidence in because you're not making an argument against or for God, so you shouldn't even ask me.
Oh, so now when you claim that would be evidence, and I ask you to provide it, you don't want to, like.
No, I said don't ask me. I said don't ask for what you would want for evidence, bro. I'm just saying, like you already rejected that. So I'm saying
all y'all are showing is y'all just some atheist non-believers because y'all arguments against God.
Yes, I don't believe there is no evidence.
Man, do you believe in discipline? Just a little bit, Cedric. Hey, Unc, you gotta teach them the scientific method of discipline. You have to teach them the scientific method of discipline, bro.
Man, can't nobody control Cedric. Yo, you can't control what you want me to do.
You're telling me I don't believe. No, I don't
Last
believe.
time I was on the show, the niggas
don't believe.
I'm like, you know what? That's it.
Somebody need to teach Christians the method of telling the truth.
Tell the truth.
Where the hell is Stu Peas? That Stu Peas, where you at, man?
I said, go on the panel, right?
I'm here, but I didn't want to disturb the bill.
Because
we move the conversation from.
Let me tell him how to switch real quick. Cedric, go on a panelist, right? You're gonna see your name as Cedric as a host. Click on Unc name. It's gonna say make the host.
Don't give it to Unc. Unc gonna shut us down. I'm gonna let everybody
give
get
it
their
last. Click on my name. And,
give it to Sosa. Anyway, listen, look, I'm out of here. Listen. Make sure Unc.
Cedric.
Let's Stu Peas make his comment for you, dip out. Go ahead, Stu Peas.
Don't dip yet. Two things happen to
right, Sosa?
Yeah.
You said give it to you, right?
Yeah. I'll be up
I give it to you. You give it up.
I got you. I'm gonna give it to I'm gonna give it
to Sosa.
Yeah, give it to me. Yeah, with it.
All right, y'all, I'm out. Let me get some sleep.
Hold on, don't come out yet, Unc. Don't leave yet. I just want to say something to you. The other day I went onto the girl channel. Please don't do that again. Please.
Yeah,
there is no. Please, that girl and our crew. I nearly lose my mind listening to them.
She said Africans made it. Monkeys made it to America on a log, yo.
Yeah.
She said, I don't know why, man.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
It's fun to me. I like having fun. I messed up when I let everybody else come on there. I should have had that. That was fun. I had fun. Like, I like to do that, man. Then, like JJ 7000, I like to go over there and support JJ. I like to support the sister because somebody gonna hear something that makes some sense on that motherfucker. That's my point.
But not our uncle. Our uncle got this.
Damn, real uncle. I realized that couldn't have been the uncle.
Nah, that was her dude.
Nah, that was a fake uncle. I think was the other person.
But I get her dude always sitting in the background.
I always find myself in shit. Ain't no fun if I ain't got 30 Hebrews trying to get me on the front. You know what I mean? You know how I do.
No, but they're not ready for the knowledge. That's the problem. They're not ready for the knowledge. But my thing is that what I wanted to contribute to this conversation was we move from the role of the church to the existence of God. And I was saying that the church was the carekeeper of knowledge. If the church didn't exist, most of the knowledge that we have now would have been lost or we wouldn't reach this part. Because most of the early universities, the church were the custodians. Most of the early school, the church were the custodians. That's what I wanted to input.
Oh, that's it. You just want to talk about it?
Yeah.
I thought you were going to chime in on the whole
No, the existence of God. I'm not going to argue that. That's we have to go into philosophy and talk about Descartes and all of those people and what other people say in the past. And I'm not going down that road. That's a philosophy. Yeah. That's a philosophy argument. I don't make that argument.
That's a theological argument.
It's not a theological argument.
What other people said about a God in the sky, that's a theological argument.
It's a philosophy. All right, go ahead. You win. It's a theology. Go on, because it's theology for discussion. Are you what you're saying to me? What you're saying that Socrates, Descartes, and those people are theologians. That's what you're saying to me.
No, I said God is theology.
The argument of the existence of God is
It's
a
theology.
philosophical. It's not theology, dude. It's not theology.
It's theology.
Okay. Okay, because I'm not arguing that, because other people have argued the existence of God and they weren't men of the major argument on the existence of God don't come from nobody who's Christian.
No, we wouldn't argue. We wouldn't really argue about the existence of God. Trying to prove this. It was based on some of the other conversations we've been having about just reality, just people in general. And I think Cedric made a statement like, I think like.
Cedric's statement was basically a rebuttal to the statement that some people say God exists. And
I'm not talking about that statement. I'm not talking about that statement. I'm talking about a statement like, one day, because people understand how lightning happens now, that eventually everybody will get to, like, I'm not saying like, nobody knows the future, but that's probably like tens of thousands of years in the future. You know what I'm saying? Just based on how our minds are wired, like that's just not a reality. You know what I'm saying? Like we're always people are always just going to do correlation to causation. You know what I'm saying? Our brains have evolved through a hunter-gatherer stage more than this recent evolution period we're going through. We have hundreds of thousands of years as hunter-gatherers. 300,000 to 400,000 years of hunter-gatherers, bro. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? Our bodies, you know what I'm saying? Even the way we live and our diets are still affected by our bodies and how we evolve. That shit. That's why we get diabetes and heart disease and stuff from certain shit that wasn't even relevant back in those days. So, I think
God becomes relevant when those diseases disappear off the planet. Peace.
Yeah, peace. But anyway,
Listen, I'm so sorry. Let me just say this to you. God will never lose its relevance as long as men exist. As long as men exist, God will never lose its relevance. Even in respect of all the sciences, there's always going to be some form of entity that man is going to attribute to the existence.
Right, there's always going to be an unknown. There's always
going to be an unknown.
Always. Yeah.
There's always going to be an unknown.
And as long as there's an unknown, you can attach a deity to it. Yeah, I agree.
Because if we look at it to be honest, over the last 100 years, we have made so many advances in science and we have proven so many things that people should have lost faith in the whole God concept. Because we can explain so many things that we thought were supernatural. So people should have said, oh, I was wrong on that. If I was wrong on that, the possibility exists that I'm also wrong on this. Yet still, people still believe in God.
Right. That's why people believe they've seen a ghost. People still believe they've seen a ghost.
People still believe in ghosts. Yes, in the existence of so many things. Like we prove that without the brain, the human being can't function. So we exist in our brains. Right? But people still believe that they exist outside of them body. That when they die, they hover over them body and they look down on them body. And you say, how are you going to look down on your body and your brain still in your head? And that's where you think from. But people still believe it.
Yeah, and always will. Always will.
I always will. So when people start to say, it is good that you grow and move away from it. Right? It's important that you grow, and I don't use that term grow and move away because some people attribute that Bible verse, Corinthians 1:13, to growing away from faith, and it has nothing to do with that.
I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know about the Corinthians verse. Went
too deep. When I was a child, I thought like a child, I act like a child, and now I'm a man. I put away childish thing. It has nothing to do with faith. Read the whole chapter.
Like I said, you done went outside of my scope.
Read the whole chapter, First Corinthians 13. It has nothing to do with moving away from faith. You can't just take one piece of the thing and attribute to everything.
Yeah, for sure.
It has to do with completeness of the individual. Right? And some people, if you listen to Abraham, Maslow, right? Abraham Maslow. Maslow hierarchy of human needs. Right? And they talk about safety need, physiological need. They talk about all the needs up to self-actualization. And it's each level has to be satisfied before you move on to the next level. So your physiological need, food, sex, water, clothing have to be satisfied before you can move on to your safety need, housing, shelter. Those have to be satisfied before you move on to the next need.
What is I've seen a chart. I forgot how it's been a minute since I've seen it, but I've seen the chart how it goes. Like it's in different little circles or different sections as you go outward. Right?
It's another triangle.
Right?
It's a triangle.
I ain't seen that shit.
And you move up. You move up as you satisfy each need until you self-actualize who you are.
Right.
That is what that basically saying. It never said nothing about your faith.
Yeah, which is a good little damn diagram. You need to pull it up one time to show. I like having the conversation because for me, like I'm not bothered either way by it. You know what I'm saying? I just be like this. Sometimes people get so upset.
I'm not going to crucify a man if he have faith. And I'm not going to crucify a man if he don't have faith. Because that is your personal. That's your personal shit. If you need to have faith so you can travel through this one life what you have faith. Who am I going to say to you that you don't need faith? Because we cannot say that all individuals is the same individual. What you need, not necessarily what the next man need. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Yeah, you already know. I agree.
Right? So therefore, who am I to say to somebody with faith, say, don't have faith? No. Because probably work for you. Probably that's where you draw your strength from.
Right. So I agree. But like I said, yeah, man, it's been a good show.
Yeah, it's been a good show. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed listening to the bill. That's why I wasn't talking.
Yeah. I was listening in the car and I was like, because Unc used to be way more radical. You know what I'm saying? So like hearing Unc now, because like him and Corey used to argue me to death by certain so it's he's become more tolerant now. It's like it's refreshing.
The more scientific you get, the more accommodating you get. Because you start to understand that although people have the misconception, it is a gradual process change. If evolution is a gradual process, it takes over millions of years. Change is a gradual process. It's not everybody saying the same.
Yeah, and just
and although I was mad at him for going on that girl channel, I understand why I'm going.
Yeah, like you can't make everybody right, because you can't make everybody scientific thinking. That just don't happen. You know what I'm saying? Like some people will get the basics, some people will get the more complicated, some people will get the really advanced part. You know what I'm saying? And you just got to give it to them how they give it. You know what I mean? And then the other people, you kind of just got to, that ain't gonna do it. You kind of have to look out for them, bro. Like that, like that. I've seen her on Garfield show before, so I already knew where that conversation was going. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, remember when she was on Garfield show? We saw her before.
Yeah. Just
and I think we had a conversation with her one night on Unbiased.
With the same dude in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
And I realized then that this girl, but people hold on to them belief system.
Yeah, but they trying to get it in, because they like, trying to build a channel. And then a lot of people popping up new, and they know, Unc is a good target, so they feel like I'm gonna get Unc on. I could beat up Unc, and then when I beat Unc, I'm gonna rise in the ranks. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah. Guess what? Why would treat knowledge like a video game? In terms of, you ever play like a fighting game back in the day, Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat, where you feel like
Uncle's a dev. I feel like Uncle's a final boss.
Yeah, it was one of the final. Yeah, so you have to beat up the final boss. and then you win the game. You can walk up and down and tell everybody, I beat up this person or I beat up that person.
Yeah.
And then it happened in the conversation too. It's like I've been listening to some debates now, and I'm wondering why people need to ask people questions. Like you and I having a debate, and I'm asking you, do you know who Mary is? I'm asking you, you know who Mary is? Mary, the mother of Christ?
Right.
Make your point without asking a question. Basically, say, Mary, the mother of Christ, was from this town, Judea, or some shit like that.
Yeah.
You don't need to ask the other person. Just make your point. It's like you want to prove that you have more knowledge than the other person. Are you giving them new information?
Yeah, that's obviously not new information.
That's obviously not new information. Because when people talking to, it might be new to people, you know, but don't act as if you found the primary. You was the one who went out in the desert with a shovel and dig up the steel.
Yeah, like
right?
Debate, like, bro, like they ain't no new discoveries. Like the conversation is dead. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's not see you do that. So, but yeah, man. But look, man, I want to thank you for coming out.
Yeah. Thank you everybody for coming out. It's now 1:30. Good night. Have a wonderful night. All right, shut down. Yeah.